be seated.
Yes, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're ready now to call our first witness. And our first witness is Ms. Darrell Hilda Melkhart, M-E-L-C-H-H-A-R-T. And Ms. Melkhart is already in the witness box.
Do you wish to swear an oath on the Bible or take an affirmation?
I wish to take an affirmation.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Operator, please bring up document WIT. Thank you. Just for the record, I'll read it into the transcript. WIT stop 0113 stop 0001 stop 0001. Miss Melkhart, are you able to see an image of your statement on the screen in front of you?
Sorry, could you speak up? I can't hear you.
Are you able to see an image of your statement on the screen in front of you?
I'm able to see it, yes.
Is that the statement that you've made for the Royal Commission?
It is.
What is your full name?
Darrell Hilda Melkhart.
Do you wish to make any amendments to your statement? Any amendments?
No, the statement is correct.
Thank you. To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, I tender Ms Melkhart's statement.
The statement of Darrell Hilda Melkhart, dated 27 April 2019, will be Exhibit 3-3.
Ms Melkhart, what is your age?
90.
What sort of work did you do?
Bookkeeping.
Are you now retired?
Yes.
When did you move into residential aged care?
August 2014, 8th of August.
At that time, when you moved into residential care, were you mobile?
Yes, I was fairly mobile, but I still had to use a walker and things like that.
And what's your current mobility?
Much the same, but I'm a bit frailer.
Okay. If you don't mind my asking, how are your mental faculties?
Oh, pretty good, I think.
How would you describe your state of health otherwise?
So, pardon, I don't understand.
How would you describe your state of health otherwise?
Pretty good. I do have a heart condition, that's all.
And is that angina?
I don't exactly know what it is, but I had rheumatic fever, and that means I've got heart valve trouble, I think.
And do you sometimes have to take glycerol, I beg your pardon, I'll get the name right, glycerol trinitrate spray, GTN spray, for that heart condition?
I don't think so. I don't know that.
You don't have to take a spray sometimes for your heart condition?
Oh, GTN spray.
Yes, GTN
Yes, I
spray.
do. Only if I get pain.
Yep. And have you been told by your doctor about the importance of that spray?
Yeah, keep it on me at all times.
And what are the risks if you don't have the spray with you when you have pain?
Well, I could have heart failure and die, or I could go to hospital, an ambulance I'd call.
Do you also have regular pharmaceuticals, regular medicine?
Yes, I do.
For that heart condition?
Yes, I do.
And are they diuretics?
Yes, they are.
Yep.
But I keep the spray on me all the time in my handbag.
Yep. So the diuretics are regular and the spray is as needed, is that right?
Right, yeah.
And if you don't mind my asking, how is your state of continence?
May you please repeat the question?
How is your continence?
Old age it is, it's not so marvellous.
And you're on the diuretics.
Yeah,
So is incontinence an issue for you,
A
Ms
little,
Melkhart?
yeah.
Yep. And what about blood tests? Is that part of what your
I have
GP...
to have a blood test before I go to the cardiologist.
Right. So just tell the commissioners about the cardiologist. You have a regular cardiologist, do you?
I do, and before I go, 5 days or so before I go, I have to have a blood test, which he gets it before I go to visit him.
Yep. And how often do you visit the cardiologist, generally?
6 months, unless I've had a bit of trouble, then I'd go more, with the next appointment he could make for me.
Do you also have a GP?
I do.
And does the GP come to you?
He comes to me nearly every fortnight or more if something is wrong.
Is that the same GP you had before you moved into residential aged care in 2014?
No, it's one we obtained when we were dissatisfied with the one that the hostel provided.
Thank you. Is the GP a GP who visits a number of other residents in the same
One
home?
other resident at the moment.
Yep. I'm going to ask you a few questions that refer to the residential aged care home, but I'm not going to ask you to name it. In fact, please don't name the aged care home.
I'll try not to.
Okay. How many GPs, do you know, how many GPs visit that aged care home roughly?
About 5, I think, approximately.
Yep. And what about the cardiologist? Does the cardiologist come to you, or did you just say...
I go to him.
You've got to go to him. And do you have help when you have to travel outside the aged care home?
Only my carer and friend Carey.
And is that Miss Rowe?
Yes.
So without Miss Rowe, would it be difficult to get to the cardiologist?
I would have great difficulty. So I have no relatives or family.
Can I also ask, do you have a condition requiring once daily application of cortisone cream?
Yes.
Yep. So in terms of your medications, there's the diuretics that are regular. There's the once daily application of cortisone cream. There's the occasional use of the GTN spray.
Yes.
And do you occasionally need pain relief?
Occasionally, yeah. We do get given pain relief, but sometimes it's not enough, so I have to ask for some more
Yep. And is that usually paracetamol?
paracetamol.
And do you have the occasional need for Coloxil?
Yes.
Yep. And so those are occasional medicines. Yep. Are there any other regular medicines, Miss Melkhart?
Fluid reduction. I don't know if that's the right, same as the other one.
Yep. Like the diuretic?
Yeah.
Yep. Now, I want to ask you about that residential aged care facility, again, without asking you to name it.
All right.
Is the aged care facility in suburban Melbourne, in Glenroy?
It is.
And about how many residents live there?
About 135.
Please tell the commissioners about the part of the facility where you live. Is it known as a wing?
Wing, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose it's a wing.
About how many residents live there?
90 in one and the 45 in the other.
And are you in the one with 90 or?
No, the old wing is 90. New wing has got 45.
And which wing are you in?
The new one. The old one, sorry.
The old one with
Yeah.
about 90 people in it?
Yeah.
And have you always, since moving into that aged care home, been in that wing?
Yeah.
Have
And
you
always the
always-
same room.
Same room. I just want to ask you about friendships and social connection at the aged care home. When you first moved there, in general, how were your social connections and friendships with other people in that part of the aged care home?
Well, if we have social occasions, both wings come together, but it's not enough. Not enough activities that are going on to keep people occupied. Their minds occupied as well.
About how often are there occasions like that to keep people's minds occupied?
It depends on whether there's public holidays when there's nothing on, or weekends when there's nothing on, and otherwise you'd get always Monday we have lotto, Tuesday have quiz, and then Wednesday they might have church, which I don't believe in, and for the Friday we have happy hour. So there's a few, but if holidays come up, there's nothing.
Okay.
Is that what you want to know?
Well, I also wanted to ask you, casting your mind back to 2014 when you first moved in, you mentioned in your statement that when you first moved in you felt you had a pretty good level of friendships with other people.
Yeah, that's right.
Could you tell the commissioners a bit about that, and has that changed in
It has
recent years?
changed because, of course, some of them have got 5 years older and their mental capacity is much reduced. But other than that, there's a lot of them there that you can't talk to anymore. So you're sort of sitting on your own and it's getting worse. And then they've got a new wing come now. Haven't found any of them yet, but there will be people amongst those you could maybe come together with. Otherwise, there's only one or two in the old wing.
There's only one or two people with whom you can maintain a level of friendship?
Yeah, that's left.
And why is that? Why, after those years, has it come to the point where they can't speak with you anymore?
Yeah, that's right.
And why is that?
There's I've got one woman I played dominoes with on Saturdays and Sunday. And, you know, she was she still is quite skillful with the game. But you can't talk to her anymore. So I write a little note so she can read it, because she's got DEPA and she's a bit not so capable as she was before. She can still play dominoes, so we can still have a good game, but that's how it is.
Yep.
There's a few others, and some of them have died off, of course. That's a penalty of old age.
Yes. Could I ask, in that wing of the aged care home, are there also people living with dementia?
Oh, yes, there are.
Yes.
And there's some of them quite vicious at times as well.
Well, in your statement you mentioned some violence.
Quite often violence, yes.
Could you tell
coming into your room and things like that.
Could you tell the commissioners some examples of what's happened to you?
Well, there was this woman, she goes around saying, "Wah, wah, 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 wah." You can't understand what she's saying. But she came up and tried to take my walker away. I hung on to it naturally, and she starts hammering on my hands like mad. I couldn't hang on any longer, I had to let it go. She took the walker somewhere way over in the other side, so I had to ask one of the carers to go over and get it for me, because I couldn't get up and go without the walker. And then what else is, I've forgotten what else now. Me personally, she can get really vicious. And were some men who, one of them, I think looks as if he's not all there anymore, who used to also be vicious, he'd go with his walker into you like this.
I see.
They should all be kept separate, I think.
So, in the aged care home where you live and in the area or wing of the aged care home where there are about 90 people, are you able to estimate about how many people have their mental faculties and about how many don't have their mental faculties?
Well, they keep coming and going, you know, they're dying off. Oh, I'd say 10. 10.
Who you're referring to as?
10 who you could still talk to.
Oh, who you can still talk to. And you mentioned a minute ago something about your idea that people should be in separate areas of the nursing
I think
or
so.
of the aged care
Yeah.
home. Could
It's
you
not
just
very pleasant hearing all these people going on. Once I had someone sitting alongside me on a couch and she suddenly says, "I'm hungry." And she starts screaming out for a biscuit or a sandwich. The lady who lives in my room next door, you know, in the room next door, she's all the time pressing the button and saying, "Coffee and biscuits, please. Coffee and biscuits, please." And it could be 4 o'clock in the morning.
Now, with regard to the people you mentioned in the area of the aged care home who you think should be separate from where you are and where certain other people who do have their mental faculties where they are they able-bodied? So those people who you referred to that you're a bit afraid of, are they able-bodied or not?
Well, most of them are able-bodied, but once they get old, they get much more aggressive, I found. They could have been different people altogether before.
I want to ask again about social connection and friendships. And you mentioned that there's only perhaps 10 people who can still talk in that part of the aged care home and about 2 or 3 with whom you have a level of friendship. Is that right?
Yeah, but there would be a few more who were probably all right. I just haven't come across them because they might have just come in or they might have just gone away.
Are you able to move freely with your walker around the wing and meet people?
Yeah.
Yep. And are you able to move around the facility as a whole into the new wing with 45 people?
Yes, we are.
Yep. You mentioned in your statement that, this is right near the end of your statement, you say staff don't have time to engage properly. They're overworked at times.
Yeah.
Can you tell the commissioners?
That's what it is. Some of them are very caring and others have got so many to do before a certain time, showering or something, and they're rushing you through and doing all the things you don't want them to do. So,
just in an average day, how much time do you think you get to be able to speak with one of the carers? Are you able to estimate that?
Oh, you could go and speak to them whenever you like, if you know where they are. They'll always answer you and talk to you.
Do they bring you your meals in your room, or do you go to the dining room?
I go up to the dining room.
I want to ask you some things about what you've said in your statement concerning the attitude of some of the staff towards you as a person since you entered aged care. You've made a few remarks about whether you have a voice, whether you feel you have a voice, and you've given some examples.
Now that's another thing.
So
they treat you quite often, especially the nurses who are giving you your medication. They don't take you for full. If you say something, I should have that medicine in my hand so I can take it any time, like the ATN spray. They don't want to hang on to it, say, "I'll give it to you when you need it." But that's no good because they could be way over there and I could be way over here.
Well, specifically in that vein, you mentioned your GTN spray.
Yeah.
Was there an incident either late 2018 or early 2019
Yes, there was.
about your GTN spray? Could
Very
you please
much,
tell the
yeah.
commissioners about that?
Well, I said, I looked at my spray and saw it was going to be out of dates. So I went down to the nurse and said, would you order me another one? And she said, it's not on the chart. I said, I must have that spray, and if it's out of date, I should have a new one. She said, no, it's not on the chart, and that was it. She took my spray away. I mean, I could have still used it. And I had to wait then till my doctor came to get another one. And he went straight over in really worried that I could have had some trouble while I didn't have the spray. And
Okay.
he told her, and she said she's got to have that spray.
How many days were you without a spray?
Say probably 3 or 4. Not long, but it could be a time when I need it.
Yes. Did you ever find out why that happened? Was there a mistake in the chart?
No, she thinks that she should have this. She should be dabbing the stuff and deciding when I use a spray and when I don't. Well, I can't go running around looking for her when I have an attack.
Yes. And why is that? Is that because there might be a delay in somebody responding?
Well, yes, of course, it's an angina spray, and it could happen. It could happen now. I've got one in my purse,
Yep.
and they're not. By the time you get a nurse or somebody to give it to me, I'll be it.
Yep. And was there a similar incident with the cortisone cream that you need to apply
that's
daily?
right. Cortisone apparently is a bit dangerous or something like that. And I was told to use this cortisone cream. And they kept either forgetting or the nurse wasn't there to get the cream, so I didn't get it. And I was having a rash. I've still got the rash, but it's not as bad anymore, but I need it all the time.
And did you find out whether there was some sort of error in the medication chart there, or was it simply
The same
the
thing
attitude?
is, they think they should have it, and I'm not capable of administering it.
You also mentioned requests for paracetamol when you've been in pain and Coloxil when you've needed that.
Yeah, that's not so difficult because paracetamol they will give you, but you've got to run and find the nurse and ask for it, and then she wants to know why, et cetera, et cetera.
You've also mentioned some examples about appointments and the need for blood tests prior to those appointments.
Those medical records I've got to take with me whenever I go. What I'm taking, so the cardiologist or whoever I'm visiting can know what I'm on already before he prescribes anything new. And you ask them for the paperwork in the morning, you tell them. And the problem is they know that they've got the appointment maybe at 4:15, so they just don't bother about getting them ready and they go off shift. But I asked them 3 times in one day for the paperwork, and I didn't get it, and we had to fax it through to the cardiologist, and we'd go there and meet him. And this happens quite often.
So you're saying that the requests you've made and the information you've given to the staff
Yeah, I've asked
about
them,
your own
asked
medical
them for
needs.
a copy of the paperwork,
Yep.
and I said, I'll get it for you. But you go back again and say, I haven't got the paperwork, and they say, oh, but your appointment's not till 4:15. But I've got to be picked up by Perry's husband, taken there, and I wait an hour or so because he's got to go to work and Kerry's still at work, and so she comes, meets me there later on. But if I don't have the paperwork when I leave the premises, then what happens? We had to get them faxed through to the doctor one day.
So what's happening in your opinion? You mentioned having no voice. What's your opinion about what's happening here?
I say I need the paperwork by 1:45, And they think, well, what's she talking about? The appointment's not till 4 o'clock. I try to explain why I need it early, and she doesn't listen. She thinks I don't know what I'm talking about.
What's the underlying problem? Are they just not putting any reliability or any weight on what you say, or what is it?
It's hard to say. They're doing a job. Some of them are very good, some are not.
I want to ask you about privacy. You mentioned a couple of points in your witness statement about privacy. Firstly, you mentioned staff.
Sorry?
Staff of the aged care home coming into your room.
Oh, staff.
Yeah, and privacy.
Oh, yes.
So, Ms Melkhart, can you tell the commissioners, this is at paragraph 10, can you tell the commissioners something about that and your concerns relating to your privacy and staff entering into your room?
Well, that's right. I'm a very bad sleeper. I don't know if it's because of my breathing or what it is, but I can't sleep. I sleep about an hour and then I wake up. But sometimes we've had staff come in and to your room and they open the door and look to see if you're in bed. And I said, I get to bed on my own, nobody helps me. Why do you have to do that? Oh, we have to do that. I say, no, you don't have to do it because I won't go back to sleep for the rest of the night. So I've told them about it, and most of the nurses don't bother doing that, but every now and again you get a nurse who, that's it for the night.
No.
Is that what you want to know?
Yeah, that was what you mentioned in your statement, and there's
And
also...
in the morning at 5 o'clock they come in as well, and to bring pads in and put them in the thing behind the door. That wakes you up, but I'm usually awake at 5 o'clock, so it's not so bad.
Do they ask permission to come in on those occasions?
Oh, they knock on the door and walk straight in.
Or they don't wait for a response, they
No.
just knock? At least they knock.
At least they knock, yeah.
Could I ask you about your safety concerns? You did mention something about those earlier in your evidence when I was asking you questions.
Sorry?
Safety.
Oh, safety, oh yes.
Now, could I ask you something more about that? You mentioned a couple of incidents, or certainly you gave some detail about one incident concerning walking frame.
Yeah.
Where are these incidents taking place? Are they in your room or elsewhere in the facility?
Sometimes, mostly it's outside when you're walking around. But we've had them come into your room. I've had one walk into the room. She walks over to, straight in and over to where I had jewellery box like that. And she must have been here before because she knew exactly where that box was. And she started going like that and to pinch the jewellery, and I put it back and told her to leave the room. And she saw a cup, and she thought the cup had something in it. She tried to throw the contents over me. There was nothing in the cup, so she tried to hammer me with the cup. I mean, it's laughable now, but at the time I was a bit apprehensive.
And have you asked the staff of the aged care home to try to prevent this?
Everybody knows what she's like. It's just a matter of picking the right time to avoid her, trying not to be in contact with her.
Have there been any requests that you know of for the staff to keep a particular eye on her, one-to-one care for her, so that she doesn't
Well,
enter people's rooms?
they do keep an eye on them if they can. The staff does try to help, but it's very difficult if you're in your room and they come in. How do you know that they're going to come into your room?
Could I ask you how that's left you feeling about what's your home, your bedroom?
Yeah, that's
and
right.
your...
It is our home, and we should be entitled to lead a normal life like other people.
Can I ask you about supplies, you mentioned continence pads.
Yes, I
Could
do.
you tell the commissioners what your concerns have been around supply of continence pads?
Terrible difficulty in getting them out of them, continence pads. They're supposed to deliver them, like I said, at 5 o'clock in the morning they come in. And it's up on a screen, on a little sheet behind your door, how many you are supposed to receive. But you get one of this and nothing of that, and some big things that other people use. It's very difficult. You have to eventually. I've been on to the manager of the place, and she's arranged now for someone to give me additional tablets, pads. Is that what you want to know?
Yes, thank you. And that was in your statement as well, and you've explained some of that. You mentioned a point at one point in time where you understood you only were allowed 3 a day.
That's
of
right.
the incontinence pads.
Yeah. But since then I've been able to change it a little bit, and with Carey's help.
And what's happening with other residents in the aged care home?
They have the same problem. Everyone has it. It's not just me. And I decided it's time to complain about it.
And let me get this clear. Does this mean that people are being left in wet pads when they...
Only when they've told me. I don't know it personally. But I had a friend who, she saw I had some pads that I'd just been given in my little basket underneath my wheel. And she said, I haven't got any. And that's why I didn't come up to the happy hour the other day. No, I would have liked to have given her one, but I thought, no, you'll have to fight for us. She's got 3 daughters, but they don't come in very often.
Now, just got a couple more questions, Miss Melkhart. One is about the food. You mentioned that it's bland.
Very bland. They don't use any salt or pepper, but they do have salt and pepper shakers on the table. But there's some foods you need to have it put in the cooking. And they don't use any spices. I've never had curry since I've been there. So you're just a straight out plain food. If you get vegetables, there's no butter in the vegetables. Mashed potato, no butter in the mashed potato. It's so sticky and dry. If you go to the cook or the chef and ask for certain things, he tries his best to give it to you, but he can't do it for 135 people.
Have you been able to maintain your appetite for that food, even though it's bland?
Yeah.
How's your observations about how other residents fare with that? Do they lose their appetite or they maintain it?
Most of them are complaining about it, but like I said, they try to help people, some of them, but how can you help 135 people with different tastes?
And what's the issue according to what you found out? Is it money or what is it? Is it expense? You mentioned
money,
something said by the chef when you suggested pork belly.
Staff, shortage of staff, perhaps. Money is largely. I've had various suggestions of food that we could have, and they said it's too much, it costs too much.
What's usually on the menu then? You mentioned that potato and you mentioned some vegetables.
When they have mashed potato.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like potatoes of all kinds, and mashed potato, I don't mind at all. But when they have mashed potato, I don't eat it anymore because it's like sticky, I don't know what, it's no fat in it.
What else is generally on the menu?
Fish. I don't mind going to a fish and chip shop, but the fish they have there is very dry. Doesn't taste nice at all. What else was it? I didn't understand quite what you meant.
What else do they serve? What other foods? What other meals?
Oh, they do have a variety. I don't know exactly how to answer that question.
That's all right. couple of things. You mentioned physio and dental. What's happening with physio now? Was it originally included in your care, but now you've got to pay for it?
We got it twice a week, and we didn't pay extra, so I don't know what happened. They changed physiotherapy, and when they got the new one, you don't get it anymore, except that when she first meets you, she says, walk up that hill, because you got to go up a hill to go to the dining room. You walk up there, and you walk back. She says, you're all right. And I said, oh, can't I have any physiotherapy? And she says, you don't need it, and it'll cost you so much. She didn't mention the amount. It would cost more if I wanted anything extra.
But you previously had been getting physio?
Yeah, twice a week we've been getting taken for walks and for exercise and going up and down on the rails and things like that. That's all gone.
You've been missing out. Has that affected your mobility?
Oh yes, of course. If you're limited to the area you can go, you can't only walk in the area. Whereas he used to take you for a walk outside and things like that, get you more moving, more exercise.
And finally, what about dental? Have you always had to travel outside the aged care home to get dental care?
Sorry?
Dental care.
Oh, dental care. Yes. You always have to get it outside. But there is a dentist, I think, who comes, but I haven't seen him.
Commissioners, subject to any questions you might have, those are the questions I have for Ms Melkhart.
Ms Melkhart, you've made a great effort to be here today and to give us your evidence, which is very important to our understanding of how things work on a day-to-day basis in a nursing home. We are enormously grateful to you for having taken this trouble, and we will certainly give close attention to the evidence that you have given. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you.
Will Commissioners now adjourn as planned?
Yes, I think we'll take a shorter adjournment than planned. I see it's almost midday. We'll come back at 12:10. Please adjourn the commission.
All stand. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 12:10. Keep silence. Stand. Please be seated.
Yes, Miss Hutchins.
Commissioners, the next witness you'll hear evidence from is Miss Merle Mitchell AM. On Wednesday last week, the 1st of May 2019, Miss Mitchell's evidence was given in a hearing before the Commission held before Commissioner Tracy in Glen Waverly in Victoria. A video of this evidence will now be played. Operator, please play RCD.9999.0037.0001.
This is a formal hearing of the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety. It has been convened at Chesterville Road in Glen Waverly to record the evidence of Ms Merle Mitchell. That evidence will be led by counsel assisting the Commission, Ms Brooke Hutchins, and the recording will be played at a formal sitting of the Commission to be held in Sydney next week. Ms Hutchins.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Miss Merle Mitchell. Miss Mitchell, could you state your full name?
Merle Thelma Mitchell.
And would you like to take an oath or an affirmation today?
An affirmation, thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Mitchell, could you please repeat after me? I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely affirm
that the evidence that I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Could you please state your full name?
Merle Thelma Mitchell,
How old are you, Miss Mitchell?
84,
And where do you live?
at the Waverly Valley Aged Care.
Have you prepared a statement dated 27 April 2019?
I have.
And is that the document in front of you now?
It is indeed.
Do you wish to make any amendments to the document?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge, are the contents of the statement true and correct?
Absolutely.
Commissioner, I tender Miss Mitchell's statement, which is document WIT 0107.0001.0001.
The statement of Ms Merle Mitchell dated the 27th of April 2019 will be Exhibit 3-1.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Miss Mitchell, you currently reside at Glen Waverly Aged Care. Could you please describe for the Commission the circumstances that led you to move into this facility?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Certainly. Would you be able to describe for this for the Commission the circumstances that led to your moving into this aged care facility?
My husband and I had lived independently up until we came into this facility. We had been looking for somewhere where we could find a place where I could live independently and Eric could get the help he needed. He suffered from post-polio syndrome, which meant that much of what he had suffered as a polio sufferer when he was 7 years of age came back when he was in his early 80s. And then he had a fall, he was in hospital. I came home one day from visiting him
I too fell and broke my back. So that meant that the criteria we had set down to find a place had to go by the board. We had to find something very, very quickly, and so we could no longer find a place where we could get both of those services, and we had to move out of the community that was so much part of our lives for so long, and we had to move to Glen Waverly.
And how is your health now?
Mobility-wise, it's not good. Otherwise, it's okay. But I find it very difficult to get around. So I need that care to help me for getting out of bed and having a shower in the morning and getting into bed again at night. Otherwise, I'm very fortunate, yeah.
Excellent. And how did you find the experience of moving into Waverly Valley?
Terrible. There's the shock when you move into aged care. There is the shock of loss, because what happens is it is so quick. There's not the recognition of loss, because loss is not just death. Loss is loss of your way of life. It can be, it wasn't for me because I was lucky, I was able to retain my interests. My community of Springvale kept in touch with me, and for that I'm forever grateful. There's the feeling of suddenly I'm in an institution. I have to follow what the institution wants, the time to get up, the time to have meals, and there's no choice. So you lose your choice totally when you come into aged care. And that's one of the things that needs to change.
And did you feel that you were supported by Waverly Valley in your experience of loss when you moved into the facility?
Not really. No. It was my family and my friends who supported me. It was my family and friends who made sure that I actually retained my cognitive abilities. I have seen other people come in here and lose that. And without the support that I had got from my friends and my family, I think I too would be in that same situation today.
Are there further steps that you think facilities like Waverly Valley could put in place to assist yourself or other residents that might not have family support and friend support?
Yeah, I think so. I watch many of them actually lose their cognitive ability when they come in. Staff don't have time to provide that sort of support for you. So people come in and they're told, this is your home now. Well, it's not. It's an institution and it's where you live, but it's not a home. And no matter how many times they tell you, it's still not your home. So my answer always to anyone who tells me that is, this is where I live, but it's not a home.
In your statement, Ms Mitchell, you touch on a recommendation that you think staff may be assisted by further education or training in relation to counselling and bereavement counselling. Would you like to explain for the Commission a bit further about that?
Yes, I think every facility should have a counsellor both for the residents and for the staff. They did employ a counsellor here, and at one stage when I agreed that perhaps it would be good if I had a session with a counsellor, it was arranged and one came. She sat down with me for 10 minutes, looked at her watch and said, "Oh dear, I've got a meeting." And off she went, and that's the last I saw of her. And so I haven't gone down that road again, yeah.
Have you been offered any external counselling services?
No, but I've arranged one for myself, yes, yeah.
And is that a government-funded service or something that you've needed to contribute to yourself?
I will have to contribute to that, yeah.
Certainly. You said earlier that a residential aged facility like Waverly Valley here is not your home and it is an institutional facility. What are some main differences or experiences that you have here that would differ from life outside?
Well, I haven't got my own things around me. I have got a lot of things around me, but I can no longer reach out and grab an atlas if I hear something on the news. I can no longer reach out and get my favourite book because there's a limit in how much you can actually bring with you. And there's just that feeling that this isn't a proper life. And so there is that feeling that the quicker it's all over, the better it is for everybody, yeah.
Do you feel like you're in control of your ability to receive the services that you might need or the medical or health attention that you might need?
If I pay for it, yeah. So if you come into a facility like this, you can pay for extra services, which I do, and that costs $50 a day. And for that, I get an exercise session with an exercise person for about half an hour a day, 5 days a week, and a paper. Oh, and I do get soup for my meals.
And are you aware if you don't pay that extra $50 a day services that residents who don't have those additional funds, they don't receive those?
Yeah, they don't receive them. And there's a further, there is a further problem because some of the residents who do have those services and are very class conscious tell me, well, we're better than the others, because we can actually afford to pay more.
In relation to the receipt of medical attention, do you feel if you express to staff that you're not feeling well or you have any issues that your concerns are adequately addressed?
It depends, because one of the
Well, I think that is desirable until this problem with the video is resolved, and we can resume the video once that problem is solved.
We'll just make some inquiries and make sure he's available.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bolster.
My concern is he may have gone for an early lunch given the timetable we had otherwise agreed on.
We'll see how we go. I'm afraid the technology is defeating us this morning.
Commissioners, I call George Akle. That's spelled A-K-L.
And how is that surname pronounced?
Akle.
Thank you.
Do you wish to take an oath on the Bible or swear an affirmation?
Swear an affirmation.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
We will aim to finish this examination at about 1. That's what I had planned. If the document number WIT.0108.0001.0001 could be brought up, thank you. Mr. Akle, if you look to the screen on your right, you'll see a copy of your statement, and that should have some sections blacked out. And you recognise that as the statement that you made on the 26th of April?
Yes, I do.
Do you wish to make any amendments to that statement?
No, I don't wish to make amendments, but I just would like to just make it clear that I'm here not as a condemnation of my dad's care. I was very happy with my dad's care. This is just, I'm just here to to bring up the issue of lack of policy around English as people with English as a second language and the human consequence of that.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll deal with that in some detail.
Sure.
Now, I tender Mr. Akle's statement, document number WIT 0108 0001 0001.
The statement of George Akle dated 26 April 2019 will be Exhibit 3-4.
Now, Mr. Akle, in the copy of your statement that does not have the black marks and the redactions, there is reference to 3 service providers who provided service to your father, and we're not going to mention them for the purpose of this hearing. If you understand that?
I do.
Yes. So the aim is to develop your father's experience and your experience of the care he received. So, Mr. Akel, your father was born in Egypt.
He was.
And what year was he born?
1944.
And he came to Australia in 1966 with...
Yes, he did.
And he was an educated man.
He was.
And
yeah.
could you tell the Commission the sort of education that he had and what his skills, qualifications, what his work history was like?
He was educated in construction. He had degrees in mechanical and civil engineering and a master's degree in building science. He worked on large-scale building projects for the public service in Melbourne, around Rail and Housing Commission. And he was quite high ranking in his position.
From the time you knew him as a child, he spoke English fluently?
He spoke English fluently, yeah. He studied in English at school.
In school in Egypt?
Yeah.
And he never had any problems communicating with people in English until he got sick?
That's correct.
All right. And I want to talk now about how that happened. So that was in 2015?
Yeah, around then, yeah.
And what was his personal situation at that time?
He was living alone on the central coast of New South Wales. I'm not quite sure when exactly he started showing his symptoms, but I imagine in about April, from what I can make out from speaking to people living in his area.
And what happened? How did things change for your father?
He started having hallucinations. The hallucinations began to frighten him. That's when his neighbour called me and told me that, that Dad was having these hallucinations. I didn't know. Dad didn't want me to know. And then I went down to the Central Coast and realised that Dad had been, I guess at that stage, quite progressed in his disease, or his hallucinations were definitely a significant part of his world.
You were living in Melbourne at the time?
I was living in Melbourne, yeah.
So he'd retired up to New South Wales, had he?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, he was subsequently diagnosed with a Lewy body dementia.
He was.
Could you tell the Commission, how did that process pan out? How did he come to be diagnosed?
Well, when I first got to the north coast of New South Wales, to his home, I took him to the hospital because his medication was all over the place. I just noticed his capsules were... well, he hadn't been taking his medication properly, so I thought I'd take him to the emergency there. And while we were there, I can't remember exactly what happened, but where he ended up being speaking to a psychiatrist there, and spoke to him for about a good hour and a bit, and after that session, the psychiatrist suspected that he had Lewy bodies from all the symptoms, from the way Dad was walking and the hallucinations. And I mean, I think for the whole time we were never really sure if he had Lewy bodies, because Lewy bodies, it presents with so many different diseases, so many different symptoms, but the way his disease progressed and the way his symptoms laid out, it seemed like he's got Lewy bodies.
So you mentioned the gait. Was that the way he walked?
Yeah.
And what did you see in your father that was unusual?
About the way he walked? Yeah, he shuffled a bit, and initially he shuffled, and then he just couldn't walk.
Other than that, his health otherwise?
He had diabetes. And his health otherwise was pretty good. Yeah.
So there's a diagnosis. What support and intervention followed that?
Well, in New South Wales, the local hospital assigned a nurse that came and visited Dad once or twice a week.
Yeah.
And then we got Dad moved into a home care package, into I think a 1 and 2, and then he quickly moved into a 3 and 4.
Was he able to access all of the services for level 4?
He was,
Right.
yeah.
So how long did he have to wait for that?
Not long, because they escalated him in the priority list because he needed those services.
You were living in Melbourne though, and there came a time when he couldn't stay at home.
Yeah.
What was the determining factor that forced him into residential care?
Well, he couldn't, he couldn't look after himself. He couldn't toilet himself.
Yeah. And you brought him down to Melbourne?
Yes.
You put him into a nursing home in Melbourne?
Yes.
Which we won't name.
We won't name, yeah.
And what happened there with your father's treatment?
Well, Dad was okay there for a little while. His symptoms got worse. His hallucinations started to get worse. I think he started to get a lot more frustrated, and then one day he thought the building was on fire and threw a chair into the window. Didn't break the window or anything. It was just a plastic chair. But they sent him to Facility 1.
Facility 1, that was it, yes?
Yep.
Okay, so from the nursing home to Facility 1,
Yeah.
and that was an attempt to find him some extra services in relation to his condition.
I think that was an attempt to get his medication right, because he wasn't on antipsychotic medication until that point, and they sent him there to...
Now, at what point does the English become a problem for him?
I think at that point he was starting to show frustration but his English was still fine at that point. I think probably from that point on, for about another 2 or 3 months, it starts to become a big issue for him, or a relevant issue.
Let's get the timing right. So the move to Melbourne was in September 2016.
Yeah.
And then the episode with the chair is within a month or two of that.
About a month, yeah.
And then he goes to Facility 1 and you start to notice the English decline.
Yeah.
2016, is that right?
Yeah, I guess I start to notice more the Arabic, the difference between him speaking Arabic, more than his English decline. Like, as he gets visitors and he speaks Arabic, he just was different.
Yeah.
You know.
Tell me, did you and he normally communicate in English or in Arabic?
We communicated both. I tried. My Arabic's quite rudimentary compared to his, but enough to communicate. We could successfully communicate, but I tried to keep his English going so he wouldn't lose his English, because I realised that that would be significant in his care.
So let's talk now about the move to the facility number 2 in Melbourne. And that was the last place that he was at.
That was, yeah, correct.
And could you tell the Commission about the deterioration of the English while he was there? What did you observe?
First, he would just sort of babble, I guess, or not so much babble. His English would... I guess I noticed he would be speaking in English but conceptually in Egyptian, and it sort of didn't make sense. And Yeah, you know, when he spoke English, it felt like he was struggling, but when he spoke Egyptian, he was quite coherent. He was, you know, people had said that they didn't think he had dementia when he spoke in Egyptian because he was, it was just like he was a different person in the two different languages.
Could I ask you to have a look at paragraph 23 of your statement? And you refer there to an occasion when there was a Arabic-speaking nurse who was there at that facility on contract.
Yes, that was at Facility 1 because he got returned back to Facility 1.
Right. Okay. Well,
for a few months.
Explain that interaction. What did that reveal to you?
Well, that revealed. I guess he did that interaction. The nurse was speaking with Dad for a good half an hour.
Yeah.
In proper Arabic, which is beyond me. I can't speak that proper Arabic, and they were just having like a conversation, and the nurse said to me that, you know, he didn't think that my dad had dementia, that the level of conversation was at that level that and I guess that was, to me, that was the point where I sort of realised that there was just something wrong, that you know.
So how did you plug the gap between your father and his English?
Well, I guess I just spent a lot of time with him. I spent every day with him, talking to him, and just, you know, we went out a lot as well. I just kept him engaged and kept him talking as much as possible.
When you were looking around, so before you went to the final facility, Facility 2 in your statement, did you try and find a home where Arabic was?
I did, yeah.
How did you go trying to find that?
I couldn't find anything. There was a couple of places that had Arabic-speaking people working there irregularly, but there wasn't anywhere that was that there wasn't anywhere essentially.
All right. You mentioned that you wanted to highlight the lack of access to second language services for people in the situation of your father, where their second language, in case it's English, effectively goes and they revert back to their first language, their language of birth. What's missing? What needs to happen in order for people like your father to get adequate care?
You know, that's such a big question. I think, I guess first it has to be acknowledged that there's a big difference between people whose English is a second language and native-speaking people, that once they get into the healthcare system, the aged care system, that there's a divide in communication, and I think it has to be acknowledged that that's not really fair, and that there has to be. I don't know ideally, what would have been great for Dad would have been a place where he could communicate. You know, there are people that could speak his language. That, you know, he could experience his culture and engage in his way of being.
Yeah.
I mean,
if I could take you to paragraphs 37 and 38, if they could be brought up, please. You make the point there about connection to his culture and how important that was to him. Did he remain connected to his culture before his illness?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, in that, he still liked to eat that food. He didn't cook much traditional food for himself. But I guess Dad was fairly well climatised in Australia. He was very, he was connected to his culture in that he was connected to his brother and he was connected to his family, but he wasn't traditional in what most people would be. But as his disease progressed, he became more connected with his culture, a lot more,
So he went back to the culture of his childhood, the language of his childhood.
The language and the food and the music and, I guess he almost did a full circle. And, we'd listen to the music of his childhood or Arabic music and, I'd buy him food.
And when that wasn't available to him, when he was by himself, when you couldn't be there, did he communicate with you about how that felt?
Yep, he. I guess I worked really hard in conjunction with the facility and with his carers, that we devised a plan to minimise the frustration that he had. And so he did have frustration around that, but that was minimised, but that took a lot of work.
And how did that play out? How would he get frustrated when you weren't there?
Well, he couldn't communicate and he loved talking. And he just was... I guess his frustration sometimes would trigger his psychosis, and I mean, I guess another thing with Dad was that his disease progressed really rapidly, and so he was always very vulnerable in that one medication would work and then eventually a month or two later would stop working, and so there was always that vulnerability, and that was almost relentless. And so, those frustrations, I guess, were amplified because he was in that sort of condition.
Was there a point where he completely lost his English?
I mean, yes, like he babbled. It turned into babble.
Yeah.
And there was that point, yes, where it just, he just lost it.
How long after that, after he was in Facility 2, did that happen?
Look, it's difficult to say because I worked really hard to help him maintain that English, so we kind of developed a code where he could still communicate, and because there was consistency in the staff of Facility 2, he had enough English and it was enough for him to be sort of cared for, but not particularly engaged.
Yeah. I'm interested with you say that you developed a code. I don't know whether you heard Senior Counsel's opening this morning. There was evidence in the Adelaide hearing about a husband with his wife, and she lost the ability to communicate. And the way they communicated was touch and other ways. Is that an experience that you can that you had with your father?
Yeah, touch and I guess certain words and feelings. And I think Dad just eventually drifted into a routine. Mm-hmm. It got to the point where his frustrations just sort of wavered off, and I don't know. It's really hard to put it all into context because it all happened very quickly. There was in the beginning, every couple of weeks there was a significant shift, and then
it was very rapid. I mean, the diagnosis was in 15, and your father passed away September last year, correct?
Yep.
All right. Is there anything that you want to tell the Commission that you haven't already mentioned about your father's experience that is important to you?
I guess it's just, Dad was a big communicator, and he was really good with people, and he was really well loved, and he was very charismatic, and he just it seemed that he had more to give than the opportunity that he had. I think had he been able to communicate and have engaged communication for a bit longer, it would have made a significant effect on his well-being and on his frustration and on his will to live. He just I think when he got to the point where he couldn't engage with the world properly anymore, when he couldn't speak to people anymore, he didn't feel like, he was that person. And he never lost sight, he never lost himself up until he died. He didn't lose consciousness of who he was or who I was or where he was or anything like that, maybe up until the last couple of weeks until he died. And that was really frustrating for him, to have to be in a world where he couldn't be himself and he wasn't ready to give that up. Like, he still had the ability to communicate. There just wasn't a space for him to communicate properly.
Commissioners, that's the examination from my perspective.
Mr. Akel, we are most grateful to you for having shared your deeply personal experience. We've heard about reversion to first language, but we haven't had before you any direct evidence of its effects and how it works, and what can be done to alleviate the effects. Your evidence will be of great assistance to us in thinking through how cases such as your father can better be dealt with in the future, and we're most grateful to you for your evidence.
Thank you.
We will make up some time by resuming at 1:45. Please adjourn the Commission.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 1:45 p.m. Silence, all stand. Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Hutchins.
Commissioners, I understand the technical difficulties with the video recording of Ms Mel Mitchell's evidence have been rectified, and we're in a position to continue on with that evidence now if it suits you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Concerns are adequately addressed?
It depends, because one of the greatest difficulties is staff ratios. So if I need something in the middle of the night, because there's only one nurse responsible for 170 patients, I wait a very, very long time. I am lucky that I do get my own GP, and that all just happened unexpectedly. He came in to see me to see how I was, and I said that I desperately needed him to become my GP, because GP visits here tend to be quick, and the interviews carried out in the middle of meal times. So there's no privacy and there's no in-depth consultation. So I'm one of the fortunate ones who has a GP who's prepared to travel to visit me.
In your statement, Ms Mitchell, you refer to an incident that occurred around the 27th of January 2016 where you had made some complaints to staff here about pain that you were experiencing at the time. Could you please explain for the Commission the circumstances around what happened at that time?
This was early when I was first here, and I had come from hospital, and I knew there was something wrong, and I asked to have some more treatment, to probably go back to hospital, because that pain was so intense. So 3 of the senior people, including one of the physios, came in and said, "It's all in your head, there's nothing wrong." My friends happened to be here one day when I was trying to get out of bed, and one of them said, "If you don't get Merle to hospital, you will be guilty of elder abuse." And then one of them disappeared, and within half an hour the ambulance was here, and sure enough I had a crushed disc and a broken back. So that meant that I had another 3 weeks in hospital and 3 weeks of physio.
So a matter that you raised earlier and you touch on in your witness statement also is the issue of staff ratios and whether there's sufficient staff available to be able to assist you when you require assistance. Are you able to point to any other examples of to the Commission of instances where you feel like you don't receive the services or assistance that you need because of the lack of staff or
There is a problem with staff ratios in 2 important times in the day. There's a real problem when people are getting up in the morning and being showered. Staff have to get through before breakfast. They have to do at least 2 and sometimes 3 patients. So it has to be done very, very quickly. Going to bed at night, I have a lot of problems because there are things that I need done, and constantly I have the staff coming and saying, "We turn the light out now?" "No, we're not ready yet." And most nights that would happen on at least 5 occasions. Now, staff ratios in hospitals are now down to 1 nurse for every 6. Here it's 1 for 70. And I think, as they are doing here, and that is cutting shifts short at meal times and at those 2 vital times in the day, really does create a lot of pressure on staff and on the residents as well.
And how do you find your interactions with staff at the facility? Are you able to provide some comments about your observations on the attitudes of staff members?
There are some staff members who are absolutely superb. They observe what needs to happen. They're great role models. And I reckon there's about a third of them like that. There are a third of them that are here because of the pressure of Centrelink or because they can't get jobs in their own field. They've come out here as international students. And there are about a third of them that are absolutely bored to tears. And I can tell that because they stand there at meal times yawning, or else getting into a cluster of 3 people and talking to each other rather than sitting down and talking to people. And that also happens with the way in which people are fed. If they need help with eating, I saw a staff member the other day sit on the table and shovel the food into the person's mouth. And she was yawning at the same time and not bothering to talk to him about what he was being fed.
And do you think that the staff here are appropriately trained to know how to care for you in a way that you would hope and expect?
No. I think that's one of the big things the Commission has to look at, is the training. I think the work that RMIT is doing at the moment is going, hopefully, to actually make a difference. The length of time of the training courses is far too short, and doesn't cover the really important things like observational skills, anticipating what it is that people need. There is no training in bereavement. There is no training in gentle handling of people who might be in pain. There's an enormous amount to be done in relation to training.
Thank you. changing topics to access to services outside of the facility, and in particular lifestyle activities that are offered to you also within Waverly Valley. Do you feel that the services you're offered in this regard meet your needs?
No. I constantly ask for more challenging activities. The lifestyle people work really, really hard. Too much is expected of them. If they want anything extra, they have to raise the money themselves. So they run the coffee shop, you might have seen as you were coming in, and the money goes to their work. So the facility doesn't provide any of that assistance. I have asked for discussion groups where we could actually discuss issues of the day. But they say to me, you're the only person who's got the capacity. And my response always is, maybe I've got that capacity because I've been lucky enough to have friends who've kept me in contact with the community. Otherwise, I think I too might be like a lot of the people who I've seen come in here and lose their cognitive capacity.
Thank you. Finally, Ms. Mitchell, I would like to ask what you see as the most important things that the Commission should be looking at for change that would make a real difference to you, say, living in a residential facility.
Ratios. Ratios, ratios, ratios. Everybody will tell you that. There's so much more that could be done for all of us. If the staff even had time to sit down and talk to people. They don't have time to talk to residents because they're under so much pressure to be able to fill the requirements.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
I would like to pursue a couple of matters. I'm particularly concerned about the provision of medical services.
Yep.
I think from what you said, there is, as it were, an in-house visiting general practitioner who comes periodically. You said during meal times.
Yeah, no, he's
mainly.
here all the time. He's permanent.
Permanent. But he conducts his consultations not in the privacy of a suite or just in the dining room.
Yep.
Well,
and that's also when you actually arrive as a resident. So he gets all your details then in the dining room.
We've heard that best practice involves the establishment of care plans to which doctors, nurses and carers all contribute, and that those plans are periodically revised and updated. Have you experienced here that sort of regime?
I'd been here for 2 years before I actually got a care plan. So my first care plan was carried out. I came in here in June 2016, and I had the first one last year.
And you mentioned that in that period you had had to go to hospital for some significant treatment. Are you aware of whether the hospital, upon your discharge and return here, provided the facility with all the medical details that was necessary to ensure your ongoing care?
I'm sorry, I do not know. I can't answer that question.
So nobody, the resident doctor didn't come to you and say, look, I've just got this report from the hospital and we need to do this, that and the other to assist you?
Yeah.
Nothing like that?
No.
Well, now, at some point in that period, your own former GP reappeared on the scene and has, I take it from what you said, continued to visit you and look after you.
Yeah.
When the doctor visits you, does the facility provide some privacy for the consultations?
Yeah. And
is that in a medical suite or in your room?
No, he comes into my room.
He comes into your room where you can have a private consultation. And what if, for example, that doctor prescribes some medication for you? Is one of the registered nurses available to ensure that that prescription is filled and provided to you?
Yes. So he goes, after he sees me, he goes straight back to the nurse's station, fills out the prescription, and it gets sent off to the pharmacy that provides all the pharmaceuticals here. Yeah.
And we've been told that in facilities such as this, it's only registered nurses who can administer prescribed medication to people.
That's true.
Have you been provided with your medication in a timely way regularly, or have there been gaps that shouldn't have occurred?
I've been when my doctor has prescribed one, that's been filled very quickly. The only time when I have had difficulty in getting what I need, if I have a medication that is patient request at night, that's when I've had to wait a long time. Because some of my medication only to be taken when I need them.
And I assume they include pain relief.
Yeah.
And have you had to wait long periods from time to time to get relief you need?
Half an hour. Yeah.
As we came in this morning, we passed a hairdressing salon, a gymnasium facility.
Yep.
Are they available to all residents, or are they part of the $50 a day extra?
If you have your if you go to the hairdresser, you have to pay extra for that. So
to the hairdresser?
To the hairdressers,
yes.
Yeah.
But that facility is available?
Is available, yeah.
What about things like podiatry, oral health?
Those two are provided. by the facility. Yeah. I'm presuming it's not just the special services, but I don't know that, yeah.
And you indicated that there are people here who simply can't afford the extras that have to be paid for. Have you noticed any downside to that, by which I mean, are these people obviously lacking in assistance that they need simply because they can't pay for it?
Oh yes, I think everybody needs the exercise classes that I get on a one-on-one basis, on a daily basis, to keep up their mobility. So I think there are many people who are missing out.
Well, that completes the matters I wish to raise with you.
Can I just raise one more?
I was going to ask you, is there anything you wish to add that you would wish the Commission to have regard to?
I think more needs to be done about the mental and emotional impact of actually moving into an aged care facility. And that gets back to training and again to the ratios. Because the ratios are so low, nobody really has the time or inclination to actually think about what it is they're doing and what it is that they need to do. And I think also there needs to be much more done in the selection of staff to do the training to work in these facilities. So we've got an enormous number of people who come in here who come because Centrelink tells them if they do the course and come and work in here, they will meet their job obligations. And you've got a number of people who come in as international students, not able to get the work that they are qualified for, and so they know that if they do the course, then they will be able to get work. So it really all does get back to that training and ratios. They'd be my two big things that I would emphasise needs to be looked at.
Well, we've certainly taken that on board, and it will be a matter that the Commission will be looking at very seriously in the course of its deliberations and the recommendations we ultimately make to government. But it's been very helpful to have your insights, as it were, from the inside. And,
that's true, Richard.
We've heard from a lot of experts who say how treatment and training and things of that kind should occur, but what we haven't had thus far is the insight of somebody who's seen it working on the ground, and we're enormously grateful to you for the time and trouble you've taken to prepare your statement and to give your evidence. And this recording, as I indicated at the outset, will be played to a full session of the Commission in Sydney next week, and will be formally part of the Commission's evidence.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I seek for the video to be marked as an exhibit It's number RCD.999.0037.0001.
Yes, the video of the evidence of Ms Merle Mitchell will be Exhibit 3-5. Yes, Mr Gray?
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we call Ms Dylan Dasanayake. Her full name is Eresha, E-R-E-S-H-A, Dilum, D-I-L-U-M, Dasanayake, D-A-S-S-A-N-A-Y-A-K-E. That was an E at the end.
Make an affirmation, please.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Operator, please display WIT stop 0109 stop 0001 stop 0001. Ms Dasanayake, what's your full name?
Eresha Dylan Dasanayake.
Please look at the screen. Do you recognise that as a statement you've made in this Royal Commission?
I do.
Do you wish to make any amendments to the statement?
No, I don't.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes, it is.
I tender the statement, Commissioners.
Yes, the statement of Eresha Dylan Dasanayake dated the 1st of May 2019 will be Exhibit 3-6.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Dasanayake, I'm going to be asking you questions about your mother. I'm not going to mention her name. And could we start with your mother's age? What's her age?
She's 87.
87?
Yes.
What's her linguistic and cultural background?
She's Sinhalese from Sri Lanka.
And what are her languages? What have been her languages?
English and Sinhalese.
And what about her cultural habits of dress and food?
She always wore a sari until recently, and of course we have our own cuisine, and she's a Christian. So.
And what was her profession while she was in her working years?
She was a nurse.
And you mentioned that she's Sinhalese. What's her actual migration background to Australia? Can you tell the Commissioners a bit about that?
Yes, she actually studied nursing in Sri Lanka. Then she went to London to further her study. Then she had me, went back to Sri Lanka, and then we came here in 1976.
And it's the case, is it, that there were some moves across the states, South Australia, WA?
Yes, we started in Adelaide. Then my parents went to Geraldton and then Perth. And following the birth of our first son, they moved to Sydney.
Thank you. Can I ask about your mother's current health and her medical condition?
She's bedridden as of July 2017. She was diagnosed with Alzheimer's 14 years ago. These days she doesn't talk very much, or she certainly can't answer questions very well. And she hasn't known me for nearly 2 years as to who I am.
Before that time, I understand that your late father was looking after your mother.
Correct.
And then when he passed away, you looked after...
Yep, 6 years ago he passed away, and she moved in with us, which
Yes.
is 5 people.
Thank you. Would you tell the Commissioners a bit about your experiences there, your efforts? What was the experience of caring at home for your mother living with dementia?
I had to be on a very steep learning curve, learning about dementia, and I had got some information from my father who told me how to manage the condition. So when we quickly bought a house which was gated to ensure that my mother doesn't go wandering. However, as it turned out, it wasn't large enough, so we ended up renting an apartment nearby so that we could divide ourselves and the children could spend half the time while I spent 95% of the time with my mum looking after her.
Yes, and how did it come about that you in the end have made the decision that she's to go into residential care? That must have been a difficult decision.
It was an extremely difficult decision, and now I still regret it because of what has happened to her. But I had 3 young children, and it was very hard with her. She was still quite mobile, but with the double incontinence, it was becoming quite hard for me to manage everything.
Was that the trigger? The double incontinence, was that the trigger for the decision?
I think that's probably the main one, but it's also having young children who were in primary school and trying to manage all that, because I could not leave her alone to drop them off and pick them up from school or other activities.
Now, you mentioned she was still quite mobile at that time. Can you go into that in a little more detail? So upon entry into the residential aged care system, if I can put it that way, how mobile was she?
She was just using a cane at that stage, and we were trying to encourage her to use a walker, which eventually happened by the time she went into residential care.
And you mentioned double incontinence. What other aspects of her care needs can you mention?
In terms of the double incontinence, at that stage it wasn't that bad because she could say, I need to go. And you just had to be there to take her. That's the thing. She was quite aware of the fact that she didn't want to have a fall, so she was quite careful, wanted to ask for help when she wanted to use a bathroom, negotiating things. But she was very independent as well, but at the same time quite aware that she did not want to have a fall and break a bone. So she did ask for help.
And what about her mental acuity, her recall of things at that time? That
was going down quite rapidly after my father passing away. There was a fast decline, I would say. But she still knew who we were.
Yes.
Yep. Knew our names, knew our birth dates, all that sort of stuff at that stage.
What about in respect of eating and drinking?
That was fine. I always asked her to make her own breakfast in the morning using a microwave, which she managed to do all that time by herself, and I encouraged it so that she would keep those habits and practices going for as long as she could.
Okay. Now, looking at your statement, I just need to clarify to the extent you can there in the box. Did your mother move into residential care in late 2015?
Yes, she did.
Yeah. And she was at a particular residential aged care facility for a time. Was that until August 2016? Is that right? Or is that...
No, August was when she went into respite care at the second facility. That was respite care. Then she was in hospital because of her illness, and then she ended up entered residential care at the end of that year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to that residential care facility where she went for respite care, was that then the facility she moved into?
That was the second one, sorry.
That was the second one. So with respect to the first one, you say in your statement you weren't impressed with the level of dementia care at that facility.
I wasn't impressed because I didn't think people knew how to deal with somebody with dementia. I didn't like the way they addressed her. But now looking back, I think my expectations were a lot higher because I expected there to be trained nurses to be there to look after the residents and particularly those with dementia. So now I know this is more the norm, and my expectations were a lot higher than they should have been.
Is the point you're making there the presence of numbers of trained nurses as opposed to personal care workers?
Yes, that's correct, because I made an assumption that nursing homes had trained nurses to look after the elderly who were quite vulnerable, and many do have dementia, which is a different way of caring for people as well.
Now, could I ask then about the second facility? I'm not going to mention the names of any of these facilities, and I'd ask you not to either. Can I just ask, you say something in your statement about this, did you have a cultural fit in mind in choosing the next facility for your mother?
Yes, there was. Yes, that was the main reason that I chose that facility. Food was appropriate. It was better than what I could provide, and it just felt right. I just thought there'd be people that she could speak to, because my knowledge of dementia is that you would revert back to your mother tongue, but in my mother's case, English is her first language, but she speaks both languages even now.
Right. And what about food and dress?
Food,
were these relevant
dress,
factors?
it was encouraged, so I was quite happy with that, because I myself had tried to get her out of wearing a sari, because I was told the expectations are that, we need them to be safe. We don't want them falling by tripping on the walker and the sari. So I forced that on her, and I remember her crying and saying, "Why are you doing this to me?" She'd never worn pants.
Just to be clear, when you had that interaction with your mother about not wearing the sari because of tripping risk, as you understood it, and her crying about it, was that in respect of the first facility, or was that in respect of the second facility?
It was the first facility.
The first one.
Yeah.
So moving to the second one was an advantage?
It was, and in fact, the then deputy director said to me, "Please bring saris in. Even if she doesn't wear it, it's good for her to practice putting it on." Mind you, at that stage, she was still putting her own sari on. She could do it. She was capable of doing it.
And what's the relevance, perhaps I can guess myself, but what's the relevance of these comforting cultural practices for somebody who is living with dementia?
I think it's less disturbing, because especially with dementia, what I found with her is any change in the scenery or too many people around just triggers her, makes her anxious, makes her angry, agitated. That's what I found. And so it was good to have this sort of familiar surroundings for her.
And with respect to food, is it essentially the same point, Ms. Dasanaka?
Yes, very similar. Yeah, same.
Have you noticed that different foods have not been a helpful contextual trigger, but that familiar foods are helpful?
I think it is helpful, but I do have to say, towards the end of my father's life, I think we transitioned, I think he said to me, you have to look after her, and he kind of understood things might be quite difficult. And some of the things that we did was change the meals, get used to other meals that, she might have to face in the future. So he prepared her for that, yeah.
How successful do you think that preparation was with respect to food? Getting your mother used to the idea of different foods?
She was fine with that, I would say, given that how she's going now. Yeah, she's all right.
Now, with respect to the second facility, you do mention, as well as those upsides, that there were some problems that developed. Could I just ask you to, this is at paragraphs 14 to 18 for the benefit of those looking at the screens, but could I just ask you, Ms. Dasanaka, about some of those matters? You do single out a manager's language and attitude towards the dignity of your mother.
Correct.
Would you please elaborate on what you mean by that?
I had gone down with my mum to see the manager at the time, and she, in front of my mother, said, "She's demented, she doesn't understand what we're talking about or saying." And I was just appalled that she could say that in front of my mother, and remembering that at that stage, cognitively, my mother was a lot better than what she is now. And I just thought it was an inappropriate thing for a manager of a facility with dementia patients to be saying to anybody.
And what about with respect to the ability of the facility staff to provide the direct care to the people who are living with dementia there?
Yes.
You've got some points you make in your statement. Can you elaborate on those?
I do. I think even though I had lowered my expectations by this stage, I still felt like people didn't have the training, didn't do what I had done at home for Mum in terms of informing her, this is what I'm going to do, can we do this together? But on the other hand, I also had the sympathy for carers in terms of their time that was available for them to look after them, and everybody seems to be rushing, and the residents seem to be fall by the wayside. But I did have one incident which shocked me, which was my mum complained that the walker gets taken away from her. And so when I asked one of the carers, they said, well, we're sick of having to give it to her because she's walking around all the time. And I've taken it away to keep her safe.
And what was your reaction to that, the deprival of her mobility aid?
I was angry. I think that's what I have to say, because my mother, I think she suffers from osteoporosis, and one of her things was, I must exercise, I must keep moving to keep my bones strong. So that's one of the things she did was to walk. That was the exercise, and she was stuck on the first floor. She just went around just walking, and that's what she did when she wasn't reading a magazine or doing something else. So she was still aware at that stage, she said, I need to keep doing this. And before her illness, she was always a very active person. She has never sat down for half an hour to watch a TV show, for instance. So.
And were you able to intervene with management and get it back?
Yes, I did.
Well, look, that was another of the aspects you mentioned in respect of her personal equipment. You also refer to the security of the medicine trolley?
I do.
What were your concerns?
A couple of times I found medications on her bed and on her side tables which I knew weren't her medications. And I just assumed it was because she probably went wandering into other people's rooms and picked up medications. But then on 2 occasions I actually took photographs of the medication trolley not being attended to, and it was easy for anybody to come and pick up the medications.
And the medication trolley was what, not locked, and it was
no,
able to be accessed
everything
by
was on
anyone?
the top. Yeah, sorry, it was all on the top. Yeah.
Now, did you take that up with management?
I did, simply because it was the same person doing on a weekend. So, and at that stage, I only went to see her mostly on weekends and pick her up and bring her home.
Yes.
So I was told that the particular RM would be told, to make it secure in the future, and I assume that did happen.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you mentioned a move to a third facility. You say March 2016, but I'm imagining it must be March 2017. Is that correct?
No, 2016.
2016.
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that facility, you mention, yes, thank you, paragraph 19. And if we go back to paragraph 11, perhaps, sorry, Mr. Asanaka, I'll just ask you to comment on this. In paragraph 11, you refer to your mother being placed in respite care.
Sorry, it must be 2015 then.
Thank you.
Is that the one? Yeah, sorry.
So paragraph 11 should refer to 2015?
15, yes.
Thank you. So if we go back to paragraph 19, where you refer to the move in March 2016 to a third aged care facility, she's been there in that facility
Since
over
then.
the 3.5 years or so.
Yes.
3 and a bit years
3
since.
yeah.
Yeah. Now, one of the matters you mentioned is access to the GP. Could I just ask, with respect to the other experiences in the other two facilities, did your mother have continuity of access to a particular GP at that time?
In the second facility, she kind of did, because my parents lived far out west in Sydney, so I couldn't have that particular GP look after her. But while she was living with me, I used to take her to that particular GP for continuity. But once she entered the second facility, I took her to our family doctor, and then she just happened to service this particular nursing home. So in that sense, she did have continuity for the time that she was there.
And were those consultations a mixture of you taking your mother
Yes,
to
it
the
was.
GP's rooms and the GP visiting?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the third facility, how was the continuity of primary health care for your mother?
Well, that was completely broken because her previous GP could not visit the third place, and so you were just given a list to choose from. And interestingly, so I was just told, here's the list, you can choose somebody, bring them up, and then see if they're willing to take your mother on. But one RN said to me, this one, they're quite racist, so don't send your mother there.
Right. And you just said a minute ago you choose one, or you were told choose one and see if they'll take your mother on.
Mm-hmm.
Was there an element of picking and choosing on the part of the GPs?
I think so, because you just got the list given, and I just went around asking some of the carers, who do you think is good, who should I...
And what about on the part of the GPs themselves? Could they, in effect, decline to provide primary health services to one of the residents if they so chose?
I've assumed that they wouldn't, but I've learnt since then that they can decline, and they will.
Can you elaborate on that experience for the Commissioners, please?
Well, at this facility, my mother's lost 2 GPs. I think because I've asked too many questions, I've demanded answers, and I think that's been part of the problem. The first one, it was because I was told that she would go on an opioid patch, which I agreed to because the GP rang me up and said, she's in a lot of pain, we can't work out what it is, so it's best that she goes on the opioid patch. Because she also has osteoarthritis and osteoporosis, because of the arthritis, she was given Panadol Osteo 3 times a day for a number of decades, I would say. And when I came one day, I saw that she was on Panadol Osteo still, and I didn't realise that that was something that is normally done. But I asked the RN, she wasn't sure, and she advised me to ring the GP and check with her. So when I asked her about it, she said, yes, of course you can do that. But I said, well, why wasn't I told? So I kind of take the blame because maybe I didn't ask the right questions. But the upshot was it became quite a heated discussion, and she basically told me not to play doctor and to leave the doctoring to her. And I don't know what's best for my mother.
Yes.
And then a few days later, the director rang me up to say, sorry, this particular doctor will not be treating your mother anymore. You have to find another GP.
And Operator, I'll ask you to bring up paragraph 65 of Ms. Desnika's statement. That's on page 14. And we can call out paragraph 65. Desnika, is paragraph 65 the detail of the incident you're referring to concerning the medication with both the opioid patch
Correct.
and the Panadol.
Yeah.
And what was the effect it was having on your mother that was concerning you?
Well, when I came to visit her, she had her head down on the table, asleep or very tired. And at that stage, she was still very mobile with her walker. And I was quite worried that she might have a fall because she was so sleepy and dopey. But at that time, I guess I didn't realise it was the medication that was causing it. I wasn't sure, and that was part of the reason why I talked to the RN
Yep.
to find out.
And if we go to paragraph 66 and call out paragraph 66, you refer to some later, this is later advice from the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Now, what was the hospital's
Because
reaction to
she
opioid
became
patch?
ill, and she went into hospital, and they took her off everything to work out, what was causing. I assume, I can't remember exactly, but I think it was because she was maybe falling or going to fall off her chairs and stuff. I can't remember what the incident was. So they took her off all the medications and reintroduced one by one, and then they felt, because by this time her appetite was not very good, and then they told me, and it's in her hospital notes, that it is suppressing her appetite, and that the opioid patch will possibly, cause her to have a fall, because she was a walker. I mean, they saw her in hospital, when any opportunity she was on her walker and getting around.
So that was the later advice
Yes,
as
yeah.
to the effect of the opioid patch,
Correct.
and the recommendation was that it would be ceased.
Yeah, it will be ceased. They did not think it was necessary, and just to continue with Panadol.
And what actually happened with respect to the opioid patch? Did it ever appear again in your
It
mother's
did.
treatment in the facility?
About a week or two later, when I visited her, I happened to be changing her, and then I noticed that the opioid patch there was a patch on the back of her shoulder. And so I went to, by this time we had a acting director at the third place, and I said to her, look, what's going on? I know the notes, not only did the notes say that she's not to have the opioid patch, in fact I actually emailed to say, please note, it says no more opioid patch to be applied, and just to revert back to Panadol 3 times a day. And the response was, oh, I'm sorry about that, we had an agency nurse, they must have done it.
So were you given an answer as to what had happened? Was there an error in the notes, or was it simply agency staff failing to read the notes? Did you ever get to the bottom of it?
So my recollection was that I went with a copy of the hospital notes, because I had a copy, and I said, this specifically states no more opioid patch on my mother. And they said, well, I think somebody didn't read the notes. But I said, do you not have clinical notes that gets changed? Because surely people's needs change as time goes on. No answer. So my understanding was that the transfer of information wasn't taking place sufficiently for for the proper clinical care of people. Because to telling me that a agency nurse made a mistake, I don't think it's good enough, because there should be systems in place where that just simply doesn't happen.
I want to, in effect, go back in time to some of the other matters you were raising. Operator, if you please go back to paragraph 26. One of the other matters, just before I ask you about paragraph 26, was not only with respect to primary health care, but with respect to specialist care in the dental and eye health areas. Were there issues there with respect to your mother getting access to those services?
In terms of eye care, she had an eye surgeon who looked after her, because she has glaucoma and she needs to have special eye drops which are administered twice a day. So even while she was at the third centre, I used to take her myself while she was mobile enough. I used to take her, I think they were every 3 to 6 months, where she was tested and given medications, and there were changes in medication because some of them were not becoming as effective.
So just stopping you there,
Yep.
for how long were you able to carry on
Until
transporting
2017. Yeah. After that, she has been immobile.
Yeah, since her illness in July 2017.
Yeah.
And it's just too difficult to be, you can't lift her, obviously, bring
No,
her
she's
into the car.
completely bedridden now.
So what's happened with eye care since then?
There's nothing has happened because I can't take her there, and we've had an optometrist, but my understanding is that for her condition, the optometrist is not necessarily equipped to deal with it. So I've just continued with the eye drops. I asked the GP to prescribe it, and that's where we are.
But in effect, you can't have an ophthalmologist review your mother's glaucoma since July 2017.
Yeah, my understanding is that is not available, but they have organised an optometrist to be there, but my mum hasn't been seen by one yet.
And with respect to dental?
Again, I used to take her to the dentist myself, our family dentist, and I only just took her to get them cleaned every 6 months. But since she's been at this facility, this is after she was unwell, so that's 2017 to say end of last year, where they introduced dental care, which I believe is organised by the nearby hospital. She had a huge cavity that had to be filled, which was quite difficult for the dentist to manage, and I had to be there to hold her. And but yeah, they did a great job. But she does not get her teeth brushed, the few that she does have. Even now, it is not happening.
Well, can you explain to the commissioners any conclusions you've formed about why that might be the case? Why isn't she getting her teeth brushed?
I think it's probably twofold. One is that in the state that she is now, it's very difficult because she probably doesn't like somebody going and doing things. But there are times when I've been there where I ask her, here's your toothbrush, can we brush your teeth? And she will do it. But I don't think the staff have the time to do that. But I have asked on many occasions, and I have emailed them saying, please, can you at least, they have these sponges that they can put in there, and that's the best that they can do.
Yes.
But that's not happening. I know it's not.
So with respect to that, the difficulties of being able to have your mother open her mouth for them to brush her teeth,
I think
is that what you're saying, that it's very difficult for these carers to be able to...
No, it's not so much that. It's how you approach her, I think, because, for her, somebody putting something in there's a huge interference. So I think it's about coaxing her, just like the eating, You used to come up with stories and say, can we do this, Olive? Or, it's time to... There's another family member of her roommate. It was because she was severely dehydrated. In fact, I had not gone for 4 days to see her because I had the flu, so I did not go to see her. And then when I turned up, I found that she was severely dehydrated, she was barely speaking, and this was a woman the weekend before I'd seen her walking with her walker. And so I said, what happened? And she was trembling, and then I asked, have you checked her blood sugars? That hadn't happened. And I said, I think she has a fever. Has she had Panadol? And nothing had happened. And then I said, well, can we call a GP? So her GP in attendance, which was the second one that we had by that time, apparently had gone on leave. So we had to wait for a locum. And the following day I'm told the locum is not available. So I said, well, can we now have an after-hours doctor? And finally somebody came on the Saturday who ordered blood tests. But she was not in a state to even get blood out of her, and anyway, we could not do that till the Monday, or that is what I was told at least. So therefore it was Monday or Tuesday before a GP attended to her, and I still was not happy with what happened, and therefore I decided to take her to hospital.
And what happened then? This is, by the way, if the operator could bring this up, paragraph 37. Please recount what happened then with the hospitalisation of your mother. How long did it last? What was picked up? What was the result?
She was severely dehydrated. She ended up staying there for nearly 5 weeks. She was placed on a drip, of course, and I think she also had the flu. And while she was there, I think she picked up a few other things, so she was quite sick, and she was on a couple of antibiotics and other medications, but it was mostly antibiotics, but it was trying to get her strength up so that she could actually eat, because she just wasn't responding to anything. She wasn't able and didn't have an interest, and I honestly thought that she would not be leaving the hospital at that stage. However, there was a consultant there who was very good, kept me informed and said to me, look, we have to try and give things that she liked, such as at that stage she liked really sweet stuff, and she was very good at instructing the nurses and saying, can you please make sure this patient gets ice cream if that's what she will eat, or jelly. And another thing that I realised is that she preferred to have diluted juices. She didn't want to have juices that were full strength. So those are things that I learned about her in the hospital context. And even though she left hospital, my understanding was that she would not last very long. But towards the end they said, well, if she's going back, there's nothing much more we can do. The infections were gone, so now it's time for her to go back.
Well, just before we get to that, can I ask about a couple of... If we go to paragraph 38, you have more detail in your statement about these matters. If we call out paragraph 38, please, operator. Can you speak to or explain the beginnings of the pressure sores that were picked up by the hospital? And
correct.
What was the lead up to that?
By the time I saw her on the Friday, I assumed she had been in bed for 4 to 5 days because I didn't see her during the week. And it was 4 days after that she ended up in hospital. It didn't occur to me to check for anything like pressure sores, but once we went to hospital, the hospital said, look, she's got 2 huge blisters on both her ankles, and these are pressure sores. And they also rang trying to get information because they didn't have information like what her fluid intake was. And my mother at that had said to me when we were going to hospital that her stomach was hurting. And I'm somebody who asks every day, what did she eat? Has she opened her bowels? That sort of stuff. And they said to me, yes. But she was very sick. And then eventually it turns out after an x-ray, the hospital rang and said, what's going on? Because there's a problem. And they said, oh yeah, she hasn't opened her bowels for 5 days.
And this hadn't been relayed either to you or to the hospital?
No, and I asked the questions because I am somebody who asks. Especially because I hadn't been there. Even though I was sick, I would ring and ask, how was she doing?
Right.
And then they also let them know that she's got pressure sores on her heels, and there was another little one on her back, on her lower back.
Well, you then, from paragraph 40 of your statement, go into what you did, but can you just tell the commissioners what you did as a result of this experience? Once presumably you'd recovered from the flu, and you missed those 4 days of care with your mother, and she ended up in Concord Hospital.
Yep.
What did you then resolve upon?
I stopped everything and decided that I had to be with her at least 3 times a day. While she was in hospital, I was there most of the time, and neglected my children, my family. I felt I had to do that, and I was very worried. I guess my understanding at that stage when she was at hospital was that she wasn't going to make through because she looked so ill and unwell and had lost so much weight.
With respect to the pressure sore or pressure injury issue,
Yes.
What was your experience with the facility in the 3 months or so after hospital?
Yeah, so when I was in hospital, they asked me what the conditions were like for my mother. You know, what kind of mattress did she have? Is there a seat for her? And I said, I don't know what the mattress is like. It's just a foam mattress. And they said, no, she's got to have this, what we have in hospital, which is an air mattress that circulates the air.
So this is the hospital asking
Yes.
you about what are the conditions before July 2017 for your
Yes.
mother?
Yes. Yeah.
And what about the seat? What was the question about the seat?
There was, because then they said to me, oh, look, when she gets back and she recovers a bit, then she can move on to a chair. Because, but I was in shock that she was completely bedridden. I didn't know what was going to happen. And they said, no, don't worry. She'll be up again. She can go on a chair and that's fine. And so I rang up the director at that time and I asked, and they said, no, you've got to get your own. We don't have any here.
In terms of the mattress?
No, the chair.
The chair.
Yeah, but once she got back, then we had a replacement acting director because the other person went on maternity leave. And then she is the one who instigated. I said, look, this is what the hospital said. And this person, I have to say, was very proactive. She came in, she was only there for about 6 to 8 months, and she saw the place was not up to speed on so many areas. And then she is the one who started getting a new mattress, the air mattress. And then I noticed that when it was up, there was no air in the middle, and it was my mum's back was hitting a hard surface. And it took 3 different mattresses and 3 months for me to get the mattress that I have now, which is working a lot better.
Can you share with the Commissioners your reflections on the importance of leadership in this facility and any of the other facilities you've had experience of?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that proactive temporary director who was in place for 8 months or so.
Yeah.
What's been your experience of the importance of leadership, clinical care managers, directors of care, those sort of roles?
Yeah. I mean, one of the first things that, I noticed straight away as soon as she came, she just looked at the place and she just said, okay. And I heard her say to the staff, if you don't like to be on my organised bus, you got to get off. And I thought, well, that's a bit rough. But then I had a chat to her and she said, well, look, so many things aren't happening here. I need the residents to be fed. They need to have their fluids. And you know from your own experience that your mother hasn't been looked after very well. And so she instigated things like having proper handovers where it wasn't just between the registered nurses at shift changes, but between the other carers as well, which made a huge difference. And that way I kind of knew when I asked somebody, did my mum eat today? They said, oh, yep, she had blah, blah, blah. They had this stuff. And then she only had maybe half a glass of fluid. So we'll make sure she has something later on. So those were changes. And things like getting the mattress, like that wouldn't have happened with the previous manager. It just wouldn't have happened.
I'll ask you, before that proactive manager was in place, I understand there was a period where in effect, the person in the director's position was on parental leave, is that right?
Correct.
If we call out paragraph 28, are you making a connection between that and the poor mobility that your mother had to suffer in the period after hospitalisation?
I do, because when she came back, yes, she was bedridden for five weeks in hospital, and then for a period of, I think, 8 months, she never left her room. Because one, there was no chair, because I assumed that's how she would get to the dining room, but she was just in her room, in bed, and I was assured that she will be turned every 2 hours, which surprised me because I didn't think that would happen, but there was a nurse educator who came from the hospital to check on these things. They said it was happening and they had to fix up the pressure sores, otherwise they wouldn't have gone away. So those things happened, but she never left her room. And then when the acting director came, she said, no, I think we can have her out in the afternoons by sharing one of the chairs from one of the other residents. And that's when that started to happen, where in the afternoon she would at least have dinner in the dining room. Otherwise she was in her room all the time.
You mentioned the turning regimen, did that apply even once the air mattress solution had been found?
Yes, it does, especially now. It's still important because she's quite bony. There's nothing there. So if she lay on her back all the time, it wouldn't be appropriate. She will still, it's possible that she will get pressure sores. So at the moment, they're supposed to be turning her till 2 hourly at night time. But I don't know how that happens with one staff member for 37 residents.
You're talking about the night shift, there's only one staff member for 37
Correct.
residents?
Correct.
And how many of those residents have reasonably advanced level of dementia care that they need?
Bedridden, at least more than half.
You mentioned access to physio. You've got something to say about that. This is we could call out the next paragraph, please, operator. Paragraph 29. You wish to elaborate, Mr. Sniker, about the physio services?
Yes, when I looked at the contract for the third facility, things like physio were included, and I was happy at that. And I remember telling my mother, you can do your exercises now, because she, even in her 70s and in a sari, used to go to a gym to do weight-bearing exercises because she was cognizant of the fact that she needed to keep her bone strength up. And so I was happy that would happen, but when she was bedridden, there was nothing offered of that nature at all, which I think would have helped her at least get a bit of strength back and faster. But now I think it's far too late.
In the next paragraphs, 30 to 33, you refer to falls risk.
Yes.
And you have mentioned a number of falls that your mother's had. What are the conclusions you formed about what the facility should have been doing or should be doing about falls risk? What could it do better?
Well, in terms of one of the times that my mother felt when I asked her, why did you go to the bathroom without asking for assistance? She said, well, nobody comes near me, nobody hears me. So she decided to go to the bathroom by herself. She had a fall, and I don't know how long after, the cleaner found her in the bathroom. So then and now, my thoughts are that there just isn't enough people watching out, particularly for the mobile people who will wander around on the corridors. They do have cameras, but I don't know what they do, because I've seen 2 people fall and die in recent times. And so I just feel like they need to be safe. It is their home, and it's not happening. And I'm not sure if staff ratios will help. I think it would go towards helping this issue. However, I think they also need to care enough about the residents to look after them.
So, with respect to those incidents that you've witnessed, where you've seen people fall and die, what's been have you actually seen them lose their balance and fall? Is that?
No, I didn't. The first case that I'm referring to, the person was having dinner, then they just got up and walked out of my sight, out of the dining room. There was one carer in there feeding another, and there was about 7 residents in there, and I was there with my mother. I heard a thud, so the carer didn't even hear it, because probably the noise levels in the dining room, I don't know. And I said, you better go and have a look. And another resident yelled, saying, oh, something's happened. So by the time they got there, he had already hit his head. I'm not sure what the cause of death was, but what I'm saying is, like, he had the fall. The impact may have had something to do with, I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah.
And the second case, again, it was another wanderer who is around all the place and very chatty, but nobody noticed that she was missing, and then they had found her later in a pool of blood, and she also died a few hours later.
And do you know whether that person was being monitored generally, and whether
I
there was
don't
just a
know.
lapse in monitoring her?
I don't know.
In paragraph 31, you mentioned an interaction with another resident, and the name has been redacted.
Yep.
Could you elaborate on what you were told about that incident and what the implications are for your
Yeah,
mother's-
once when I visited my mother, the then deputy director told me that my mum had a fall because she got pushed by another resident because my mum tried to enter his room. And I said, how could that happen? And they said, well, she went into the wrong room and they didn't want her there and they pushed her. And I said, but you're supposed to look after her because she's got dementia and she doesn't know which is even her room. And then, you know, I was basically told, well, if you want 24-hour care, you need to get a 24-hour care nursing person here. And I guess the dilemma for me is, like, I felt I could not give her 24-hour care, and that's why putting in a nursing home will be safer for her. But with me, she didn't have a fall ever. And she's probably had about 6 to 8 falls when she's been out of our home.
I want to ask you a little bit more about this particular interaction after this incident. Firstly, was this incident before July 2017?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So your mother was still mobile,
Yes.
but she was suffering with some cognitive impairment because of her dementia.
Yeah.
And it's in that context that she tried to enter somebody's room, and you don't doubt that that was probably the trigger.
Yeah. And I'm sure the other person, did do that because their space was being invaded.
Yeah.
I understand that.
And the reaction of, was this management who was telling you about...
Deputy director at the time. Yeah, not
Deputy
not a
director.
carer, not the RN, the deputy director at the time.
Now, what is this proposal for 24-hour care, and how does that relate to the agreement between you and your mother on the one hand and the facility on the other? Is it stipulated in the agreement that if you want one-to-one care, you've got to pay for a 24-hour carer? Is
Not
how
that
it
I'm
works?
aware of, and I wouldn't think that will be given the amounts that we do pay.
And were you able to get a 24-hour a day carer?
We could not afford it. It's just not possible.
And did the deputy director use any particular expression for this arrangement, such as specialing? Did you?
Sorry?
Was any particular term used for this arrangement? No. It was just proposed
Yep.
that you could pay
If this is
more.
what I wanted,
Yep.
then you have to get your own nurse.
Now, you mentioned dehydration, and it was a great concern of yours, and you mentioned that earlier in the lead up to your mother's hospitalisation
Yep.
in July 2017.
Mm-hmm.
What are your conclusions about the adequacy of drinks being offered to your mother more generally? Not just in that period where she clearly was dehydrated, but more generally. Does she need a lot of time to...
As long as, like, feeding her, but certainly she can drink.
And do you have any observations about other residents in the facility? Are they being given adequate encouragement to drink, do you know?
No, I don't think so. I mean, every bedside has a jug with water and a glass, but that needs to go to the person because most of these people are not able to get out of bed and get their drink. So that's where it fails, because every morning I see them picking up a jug and giving a new jug. It's full. So...
What about food? Is food delivered to many of these people in their rooms?
Some people, I think it's their preference. I've said with my mother at dinner and lunch, I prefer her to go into the dining room because she was a very sociable person, and I remember when she was bedridden, she used to say to me, "Why am I stuck here? I can hear everything down there. I'd like to go there." So for that reason, I like her to be in the dining room unless there's a risk of infection or she's unwell. But there's one incident I'd like to mention where at lunchtime, which is served at 12 o'clock, but at 12:45 there was a meal that still wasn't fed to a resident. And then finally, after 45 minutes, a carer came, started feeding, and I said, "Don't you think you should warm it up?" So that's the level of, I don't know if it's not understanding needs. To me, they're simple things, just simple common sense, and to just have a warm meal.
Yeah. It's clearly going to be far less appetising, to say the least. It's been
especially a pureed one.
Now, you do mention specifically some food you characterise as not very nutritious, and you say that's the norm, is it?
Yeah, until now, in the third facility has had several changes, but until about, say, 6 months ago, dinner, it was normal to have hearty pies, sausage rolls, and just sausages. Mashed potatoes is the norm, and as the first witness said, I don't think there's anything in there except a whole lot of potato, and I'm not sure even if there's milk in there. So it's not very appetising.
You also mentioned some food's not suitable for people without a lot of teeth. Do you mean tough meats?
My understanding with the meals is there's the pureed, and then what I prefer for my mum is to have soft food, where if there is meat, it's chopped up finely so she can consume it, and my mother can consume something like that, and then they have a normal meal. So just about 2 weeks ago, I had a bit of a discussion with the manager to say, look, can we make this happen all the time instead of me coming in or my children ringing up and saying, look, she can't eat this because there's large pieces of meat. What do we do? For us, the default meal is egg sandwich. And she would have that sometimes 4 out of 7 days because the meal cannot be consumed by her. That has changed, though, with the new management a lot.
In paragraph 42, you mentioned that from admission to January 2018, your mother's weight fell 19 kilograms all the way down to 31 kilograms.
Correct.
But there has been a good recovery since then.
Yes, since in January 2018, she was still 31 kilograms, according to their records, and now she's 42 kilograms as of last month.
What do you put that down to, that improvement?
My family will take credit for that. We have been there up to 3 times a day to feed her.
You mentioned there's been some regulatory action about the facility. I don't want to ask about the details, but you...
My understanding was in last July they were sanctioned for poor service, and then of course there was a huge overhaul in terms of management and new staff were brought in. And I guess that's when there were several meetings of happening with families and management and the owner is when I kind of realised how bad things really were, because my feeling was that I'm expecting too much, I'm complaining too much, and perhaps I wasn't being very fair. But then I realised that that wasn't the case. There was far worse situations in other parts of the facility.
Might I just ask, Throughout your evidence today, you've talked about your mother going to hospital. You talked about the dentist. She would have been in an ambulance at one stage, as you said, to get to hospital. Do you think any or each of those healthcare providers might have either talked to the residential care facility or to the regulator about the quality of care or lack thereof that your mother may have been receiving?
I'm not sure if they had, but when she was seriously ill for that 5-week stay in hospital, the impression I got was that, because I did speak to the doctors, I felt desperate. I just said, help me, because things have to change. They just said, look, our hands are tied. It's got nothing to do with us. And I also got the impression that they had no idea how bad some places could be. Things like the mattress. Like, I think the 2 doctors that I spoke to just thought, oh, isn't it normal for them to have these air mattresses? And I said, well, obviously not. And I remember that the chair stuff, I said, can you please ring the facility and tell them she needs to have a chair? Because I just knew that me asking them, that it wasn't going to get anywhere.
So there are questions here about what's an adequate or even a minimum standard of care that might be provided, and from your evidence you'd say that's clear amongst the health services providers. Mm-hmm. It's also clear amongst the families who are saying there's a problem, but the system is so fragmented that those concerns aren't necessarily joining together to raise an alarm bell.
Can I also mention one other thing, is that prior to the sanctioning taking place, they were notified of when there was audit happening, and when that happened, we knew, because when we walked in there were extra staff who had come in from holidays and the meals were different. So that was one of the issues, I think, with the auditing system. They didn't get the real picture of what was happening every day. But on the other hand, the issue is if families aren't notified, we won't get opportunity to talk to the auditors, because we're not going to get a call saying, or not everybody can come in and have a chat and say, look, this is the real story. Because when those auditors were coming in, I did get the opportunity to speak to them on 2 occasions, and and I felt I was heard. But the first time, I felt like they didn't really want to listen to me, or I just really felt like I was, not, they didn't want to hear me. But the second and third time, it was a much better response. And
is there anything that you're aware of that's like a family or a residence consultative body within the facility?
There is within this facility, but until recently, all the meetings were at 2 o'clock. For working people, that is not a possibility. It's all right for me because I don't work anymore. Now they're alternating them between 2 and 6 p.m. But as I've referred to me in my submission, people are scared to talk. And I was quite shocked when somebody said, can you please make sure the staff do not know we've made these complaints? And I said, why? We don't know what they'll do to them. And I have to say, I must have been very naive, but I didn't think any harm would happen, but they are scared, and from what I've seen in the media, maybe we have a reason to be scared.
Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Dasanaka, I want to now turn to some observations you've made in your statement on the particular topic of dementia care. And starting at paragraph 49 under the heading Dementia Care and the Use of Antipsychotic Medications, you express some concerns about what I might call vocal and physical aspects of the interrelation between care staff and residents.
Yes.
Do you care to elaborate?
Yeah, I guess part of it came about because even I noticed that my mum was becoming agitated with certain people coming into the room. My understanding was maybe it was because she had male carers coming in, and that was making her upset. And then some of the male carers, their voice was quite stern, and she didn't like being told, what they were going to do if that happened. Sometimes carers don't say anything, they're just here, they're there to do a job, they do it and they go. And my mother did not respond very well to that, and not being able to see them, their face as they talked to her. So all those things used to agitate her, and she would respond sometimes quite physically. And
So just stopping you for a moment, by this time your mother's glaucoma has become pretty bad, and she's really not able to see them?
No, she can still see. That's not the issue. It's the demeanour in which people address her. You know, it's not that she can't see. But, you know, people used to stand on the side of the bed and talk, and that just disturbs her a great deal because she can't. Yeah, probably her peripheral vision's not very good, but yeah, that's part of the issue. And then the stern voices, that can happen with male or female carers.
And how would she react?
She would get very agitated, she would hit out, and this is when probably the scratching incidents takes place.
And did this particularly happen around changing clothes?
Yes, changing the nappy is a constant challenge, I think, for the carers, simply because she values her privacy. Even in the state that she's in, she still wants, you know, to do things her own way, which is a problem. But then there are plenty of carers who talk to her and say to her, we have to do this now, you know, you're dirty, or you need to get ready to go somewhere. And then quite a few of them say to me, she says, thank you, darling, for doing that for me. So it is possible.
So there's a way to maintain your mother's
Correct.
dignity at
Yes.
the same time as providing these very difficult, intimate care services.
Yes.
It's
there
just
is.
that only some people can do it.
Yes, and at this facility there's quite a few who are really caring, knows how to deal with it, and my mother is also familiar with these people, and I think that makes a difference. Even though their memory is short memory, I think there's something in there that, you know, they know, okay, this person makes me feel safe, so I'll be all right.
Yep. You mentioned concern about psychotropics, and you referred in particular in the heading to antipsychotic medications, and you've got an example of a prescription you were very concerned about. Can you please explain what happened?
Yes. One Friday, the RN said to me, look, your mother has been getting agitated and scratching some carers, and I need to let the GP know. I didn't think much of that. And this is when we had the acting director, who that same day I spoke to her, and she said to me, I raised my concerns. I said, look, you know, I'm a bit worried that she's hurting people. What can we do? And then she mentioned to me, look, there's the possibility of chemical restraints. However, there are a lot of other ways to deal with these things before we take that path. And then she mentioned that we could consult Dementia Australia to give them recommendations on how to handle that. So I left the Friday thinking, okay, that's what we're going to do. But when I arrived on the Sunday, the RN on duty just mentioned to me, I was saying, oh, she's on some new drugs. I said, what drugs? And they said, oh, it's risperidone. And I said, what's that? I don't know what that is. Why is it being given? And I was told then that's because she's becoming agitated, and this would help to calm her down. I was not happy with that, and I told her then and there, you know, can you please tell the chemist to cancel that prescription, because I do not want that to be administered to her at all.
Was that RN formally seeking your consent, or just mentioning
No,
it?
I was told she's on a new medication, not asking me, no. Because the script had already gone to the chemist.
And were you able to intervene before it was actually administered to your mother?
Yes, I was.
At 51-3, you refer to some examples of good care, and I think you're referring again to this active 8-month or so director.
Yep.
Was this after this medication incident that you mentioned?
This was in that 3-4 day space where it was a Friday where the incidents happened, the scratching.
Yes.
On the Sunday I was told this was happening. So again, I think there was lack of communication, because on that Friday I spoke to the Deputy Director.
Yes.
But the full-time RN on the Friday had referred the GP to see my mother and start on the risperidone.
When you spoke to the director,
Yeah.
is it the case she didn't know about that?
No, she didn't know about that. She said the referral I asked the RN to do was to Dementia Australia to come and do an assessment of my mother.
What were the director's strategies, and how did they go?
I have to say I didn't bring up the issues of, who did what. I just left it at that stage. And she just said, look, this person from Dementia Australia is coming now. And then that person rang me up and said, look, this is my assessment, which is I don't think your mother's been addressed appropriately by carers when they change. And then I asked directly, look, is this drug something that she needs to take? And he said, look, it's advisable, especially with dementia patients, that it not be administered at all. And there are other ways of dealing with the agitated situation. And the Deputy Director then said to me that she had directed the carers to make sure that everything is ready when they wash my mum, because that's when she got most agitated, because she was exposed. And that put a towel over her, quickly wash her and let her wash herself. And then that will be much better for her. And that's what was adopted while that director was there.
And how did those strategies work?
Much better. And they said to me, yeah, we give her a flannel, she washes herself, and she's much better.
The scratching stopped?
Yep.
Yep.
Most of the time, not all the time.
Now, just before concluding, you've mentioned in paragraphs 73 to 5 concerns about personal hygiene care, in particular around faeces. These are matters that you've taken up with the nursing home, with the residential aged care facility, is that right?
I have, even up until 2 days ago. It's still an issue. What I'm finding is that I feed her breakfast every day, and I find her hands covered in faeces. And I've brought this up on many, many occasions, and emailed and sent photographs of her hands and the state it's in. And the issue is, when you try to clean it, it actually hurts her a lot once it's dried on her hands. So once she's agitated, I can't feed her. So I've kept saying to them, look, you need to stop this issue from occurring. What happens is that she's, I believe, left in a nappy, dirty nappy, for a while, and she gets annoyed and she tries to take it off herself and that's what she does. She's trying to take it off. And so then whoever comes and changes her, the hands are not cleaned properly. So what's happening over yesterday and the day before is that she's taken into a shower very early in the morning, so that I'm happy.
Yeah.
But I think there needs to be another way of resolving this issue. I mean, for me, the reason why I want her hands clean, besides it being dirty, is that we eat with our hands, and I'd like her to start using her hands to eat a bit of toast and, helping herself a little bit more. That's my reason, and it's unhealthy.
So it's a matter of not only basic personal hygiene, but of maintaining some independence,
yes,
and some capability, and
yep,
avoiding deconditioning of
that's right,
these skills.
Yes.
Thank you. Look, you conclude your statement with references to your observations about direct care staff and whether they're really adequately supported and trained for the jobs they're asked to do. Do you wish to elaborate on those points for the commissioners before we conclude your evidence?
Yeah, I do, in the sense that the sheer fact that there's such a huge turnover, I feel that it's because working in a nursing home is not an attractive option for many people. And the other issue is that I think I'm very concerned that people who are there as carers are not adequately trained, to the point where I've noticed that they're not able to see, to recognise when my mother was sick, for instance, like she was shaking, she was severely dehydrated.
Are we talking about July 2017 in
Yeah,
particular?
or even after. No, it's happened since then as well. And there's no recognition that this person is unwell and something needs to be done, which I find quite frightening.
What about the RNs? Aren't they observing?
Yes, they are there, but I don't know what's happening. And again, I think it's the quality, because now we have different RNs with the new management that's in place, and they seem to be a lot more proactive. And I've noticed now with other residents being their wound care and all that seems to be happening a lot better, like, because I'm around poking my nose into things to find out what's happening and how things are being done, and I've noticed a substantial change in that sort of area. And until 5 months ago, there was only one RN for 67 people. Now there's 2 RNs, but this is only until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At night there is an RN, which I don't know if it's unusual, but there is an RN for 67.
Overnight, the night shift?
Sorry? Yeah, for the night shift. And 2 carers, one for upstairs, one for downstairs. So as I said before, I don't see how one carer could possibly change up, reposition every 2 hours with that many just upstairs alone. I don't know what the situation is downstairs. I don't see how it's possible for anybody to do that sort of work.
Thank you. Unless you have any further questions, Commissioners, that concludes Ms. Dasanayaka's evidence.
Ms. Dasanayaka, you've been on a long and very difficult journey, a deeply personal one, caring for your mother. You've been an excellent historian, if I may say so, and as a result, your evidence has been extremely helpful to the Commission in understanding what is going on in some aged care facilities. We're very grateful to you for giving us those insights. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're excused from the witness box. Yes, Mr. Gray.
Commissioners, I understand you're willing to continue sitting
We'll sit on
break.
till 4:30.
Thank you.
And if you tell us you need more time, let us know.
In fact, Commissioners, will probably be able to rise at a bit after 4, I suspect, because I'm only intending to call one witness in the particular case study we're starting with.
Yes.
And rather than start the next witness and leave her evidence half unfinished.
We're in your hands.
Thank you. I think we'll probably be able to rise at about 4:15.
Very well.
The first case study concerns Garden View Aged Care Proprietary Limited, and it's a case study which raises issues around restrictive practices, in particular in the nature of physical restraints. There are also issues raised concerning the antipsychotic risperidone, but the focus of the case is on physical restraints and how it comes to be that a facility that has policies, is documenting what it does, has care plans, does assessments, how it comes to be that that facility, faced with challenging behaviour on the part of a resident, has seen fit to adopt practices which seem surprising in the area of physical restraints. Now, of course, it'll be for you to decide in the end what you make of the evidence in this matter, but I'll put it clearly at the outset that the evidence suggests such a level of physical restraint being applied to the resident in question, Mr. Terence Reeves, that we'll be asking you, I anticipate, if the evidence unfolds as I expect, to make findings that the degree of physical restraint applied to Mr. Reeves was wholly inappropriate unjustifiable on any view and really is at quite a serious level of mistreatment. Now, the issue concerns a period of just a number of weeks, 6 weeks or so, of respite residential care when Mr. Reeves' wife, Mrs. Lillian Reeves, went on holiday. And the chronology begins in May 2018. On the 1st of May, Mr. Reeves is admitted into Garden View. There are assessments, there are care plans, there are progress notes in relation to Mr. Reeves's progress in the care of Garden View. The evidence will be, in my submission, to the effect that there was about a week where it's evident that the facility was trying hard to care for Mr. Reeves, and Mr. Reeves was suffering a reversal, in effect, of what was day and what was night, and was restless at night. There's no doubt that Mr. Reeves presented some challenging behaviours to the facility, and it was doing its best over a certain period of time to provide one-to-one care at times and to keep Mr. Reeves as occupied as possible and to look after him. But then at a certain point, it seems to have become too difficult, and that's where I'll stop summarising the evidence and I'll leave it to you once you've heard the evidence to make up your own mind. Some weeks later, it's uncontroversial that Mr. Reeves, having walked into this facility, Garden View, a mobile man with only a degree of difficulty around toileting, insofar as he needed to know where the toilet was, but he didn't actually have incontinence and he could toilet himself. After this period of 6 or so weeks, by the 7th of July, say 6 weeks, it's really 2 months, by the 7th of July, he's leaving Garden View really in a severely deconditioned state with very limited mobility. He's lost the power of speech that he had before he went in, and he's incontinent. And we're going to be hearing evidence from 3 family members of Mr. Reeves: his wife, Lillian Reeves, his daughter, Michelle McCullough, and his other daughter, Natalie Smith, about the course of those events. In particular, the key witness really is Michelle McCullough. She has provided a very detailed statement to the Royal Commission, and the narrative by and large hangs off Miss McCullough's statement. However, for Mrs. Lillian Reeves' convenience, I wish to call Mrs. Reeves first. Her evidence will be of relatively short compass by comparison with Miss McCullough's evidence, and I anticipate Mrs. Reeves' evidence will take us to about 4:15. There are probably 2, perhaps a few other issues, but probably 2 main issues we need to explore with Mrs. Reeves that are not the subject of direct evidence in Miss McCullough's statement. And furthermore, Mrs. Reeves, as Mr. Reeves's wife, was understandably regarded as the authorised representative of Mr. Reeves. I understand there may have been a guardianship arrangement or something of that kind. We can ask Mrs. Reeves about that. So, in effect, she is the main person to ask about matters of consent and the like. And there's an important issue in this case concerning consent to restrictive practices of both a physical and chemical variety, and there are some uncertain issues around the facts in this case relating to consent, which will need to be explored in the evidence. So, without further ado, I'll ask the operator to bring up the Garden View case study tender bundle. As I flagged in the opening, Commissioners, we propose to present you with an index like this at the start of each of these 4 case studies, and to tender a compendious exhibit constituted by all of the documents in the index. And thereafter we're just going to refer to the documents by tab number. The tab column is over on the left-hand side of the page. And this particular case study doesn't raise too many issues relating to redactions and the like. That may be a little different with some of the case studies to come. This particular case study has already been the subject of media attention and information provided to the media from both the perspective of family and the perspective of the aged care approved provider. So, without further ado, I seek to tender as a single exhibit the Garden View case study tender bundle in accordance with the index.
Yes, the Garden View tender bundle will be Exhibit 3-7.
Thank you. I call Mrs. Lillian Reeves. Before we proceed with Mrs. Reeves' evidence, there are some parties who wish to announce their appearances.
Your Honour, if the Commission, pleases Crossland, I act for Mrs. Reeves, Ms. McCullough and Ms. Smith with the Commission's leave.
Yes, thank you.
The Commission's leave, Hogan Dora and I appear with my learned friend Ms. Stanley for Garden View Aged Care and its 2 staff members.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan-Doran.
If the Commission pleases, my name is Beckett and I appear with the Commission's leave for Doctors Burkett and Wong.
Thank you very much.
Do you wish to swear an oath on the Bible or make an affirmation?
I'll do the oath on the Bible, thank you. Thank you.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mrs. Reeves. What's your full name?
Lillian Sonia Reeves.
I'll just ask that your statement be brought up on the screen. It's WIT stop 0141 stop 0001 stop 0001. And can you see the statement there on the screen? Do you recognise that to be a copy of the statement you signed today in this Royal Commission?
Yes, it is.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioners, I tender that statement.
The statement of Lillian Reeves dated the 6th of May 2019 will be Exhibit 3-8.
Commissioners, I beg your pardon, I misstated the date of the statement. I mistakenly believed it to be signed today, but it is in fact signed and dated 26 April 2019.
Very well. I'll correct the announcement of the tender name to reflect that change of date.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mrs. Reeves, what's your age?
Just turned 66.
And your husband, Mr. Terence Reeves, known as Terry?
Terry?
What's your husband's age?
72.
How long have you been married?
40, almost, this year will be 45 years.
And how many children do you have?
3.
What was your husband's work?
He worked for Telstra as a technician.
And when he retired, did he take another job for a short time?
Yes, he retired in 2000 from Telstra, and then he was contracted back to Telstra on a contract basis.
And did he eventually move from Telstra into retail?
Yes, into private, yes.
And then what happened? Did you have plans to go travelling and something intervened?
Yes, we did, yes. Just the normal plans that retirees will have of travelling and going around, and then he was diagnosed with dementia.
What sort of dementia was he diagnosed with?
He just fits under the Alzheimer's umbrella as just dementia. Yeah.
And what effect did that have on your plans and on your life together? If you can break it down for the Commissioners to say for the first 2 or 3 years after the diagnosis,
Sure.
How did things go then?
In the first few years it was good. He was very well aware of what he had. And I think we did a lot of travelling. In the first few years we had to hurry it along. And it wasn't till 5 years after diagnosis that there was significant decline in his capabilities.
So about how many years ago was this decline?
About 3, 4 years ago, 3. You could see he was starting to forget things, and you would have to repeat them several times for him to, and he would go, yes, that's right, I remember now. So it was a slow progression.
And what were your living circumstances? Where were you living? I don't want you to give your address, but whereabouts were you living, and were you in a house?
Yes, we were in a house,
husband?
yes. Yes, it was a 2-storey house, yes. Yep. He managed quite well. He managed up and downstairs. He did that quite well.
Yep. And your children, Michelle, Natalie and Ian, do they all live reasonably nearby?
They do, yes.
They're not right next door or anything?
No, they're not.
Yeah.
No, but they were within, at that time, they were within 15, 20 minutes.
And there's grandchildren in the family too?
Yes, there is. There's 3 grandchildren.
So in that period over that, I think you said 3 or 4 years, perhaps 4 years or so, where you've been living with the decline in your husband's condition, have you been have you been able to support him at home until about mid last year?
I've always looked after him at home, yes.
Yep. And up to May last year, how was that going? Can you describe the average day for the Commissioners in the period, say, between March and May? How was your husband's condition then, and what did you have to do for him?
We would get up in the morning. I would lay out his clothes. I would help him with the shower, just turning on the taps and getting the temperature right for him was, and then he would go in and he would wash himself and do everything and come out and dry himself. When he'd finished, I might have to have just tightened the taps. He wouldn't quite get that right. But he would look after himself. He would brush his own teeth. He would try and do his hair. I would lay out his clothes because clothes were a mishmash. So I would get him the shirt and his pants and he would put them on. Sometimes the shirt would come on where the collar was here And I'd say to him, does that not feel right? And he said, no, it feels strange, so we would turn that shirt around. But he was still quite capable, you know.
Now, what about his continence?
He was good. Towards the end, in the last 6 months before May, I would have to direct him. He'd say, where's the bathroom? And I would have to say, well, you remember, it's just down here. And I would show him and he'd go, yes, that's right. I remember where that is. But once he was there, he would take care of himself and it was fine. But it was getting to the point where he'd forget where it was, which room it was in. So I would direct him to the proper room.
Now, what was his regular medication regime?
He was just on galantamine, which is just to stop the progression of the dementia.
And no other regular medication, is that right?
Nothing regular, no.
And he had a bit of high cholesterol, I understand?
He did, but I had taken him off statins a long time ago because I had read something about dementia and statins not being good, so I took him off the statins and we did it through diet and his GP was very happy with his levels.
Now, in respect of some of the documentation, there are references to depression, but is that something that you had any knowledge of? Or?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he was actually depressed. No, I don't think he was depressed. No, he was aware of his condition and what had happened. His mother had dementia, so he knew the road he was heading down. But I don't think he was depressed. He seemed to be the sort of person that did the best he could at that time. So.
Now I want to ask you about a drug branded as Risperdal, and it's actually a form of it's a brand of risperidone.
It is.
I want to ask you whether you'd ever had a prescription for it for your husband.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And what were the circumstances in which you were prepared to use that and did use that? Can you tell the commissioners what your history was with respect to risperidone and your husband before May 2018?
He knew we were going out somewhere. I would pack maybe an overnight bag and I'd say we're going somewhere. He'd become a bit agitated. He was unsure of where we were going and what was actually happening. So I did give him half a risperidone to settle him, but I found him quite drowsy, and so I only ever did that maybe once or twice. I didn't think it worked too well for him. I think talking him through what we were actually doing and sitting him in the car and saying this is what we're doing worked a lot better than the risperidone.
And did you once use a full tablet?
I did.
Yep.
I did. And
what happened?
He was just almost unconscious. So I never did that again. We ended up not even going out that particular day.
And was this, perhaps I'll just ask you a couple of questions about this. Are you very close with your children, particularly your daughters?
Yes.
And do you really talk a lot about the care you're giving to your husband and his needs?
And they would come over constantly and help out and do things. And when my son could, he would be there. So yes, we are very close.
And so was that, in effect, common knowledge? Was that story about the risperidone common knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Between you and your daughters?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I want to ask you about the period leading to May 2018. In the period before that, did you make plans to go overseas with your
I had to
brother?
Yes. I had to find respite before I could commit to the trip, but my sister had said to come away with her and her husband on an organised tour. And I'd never had a break in all those years of looking after him, so I thought respite was good. I was given 60 days of respite, and I thought it was a good opportunity to give him a break from me and me a break.
And when you say you were given 60 days, did you have to go through an ACAT assessment process?
Yes, I did.
For your husband?
Yes, I did.
And was the result of that assessment that you were entitled
To 60 days
for
or
him to go
62
into?
days, I'm not quite sure it was, yes.
And it's respite for you,
It is.
represented by your husband going into residential respite care, is that right?
Into care, that's correct.
Was there a fee to pay on your part as well?
There is. I think it's $50 and so many cents per day. So there is a fee, yes.
Yeah. And there's some subsidy, is there? Some funding as well from the government, is that
Yes,
right?
there is.
And so did you make arrangements for Terry to go into
Yes.
respite care at Garden View?
Yes, I did.
And did you make those arrangements in about March, is that right?
Correct.
And was that a difficult decision for you and the rest of the family to reach, to put your husband
Yes,
into
it was.
respite care?
Yes, because I was quite concerned how he would cope. Being in the later stages of dementia, I wasn't sure whether he would settle, because he seemed to, I was his main carer, so he gravitated to what I would help him with. So it was concerning.
And was it a bit of a family decision, is that right?
It was, yes.
With consideration
Yes.
given to how often he could be visited by family members and so forth?
Yes,
Could
yes.
you elaborate on that?
After the first week, I said to all three of my children that I wanted someone there at least, if not every day, every second day. I want someone there, because I was starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I had already committed to a trip. So I thought by them all going on a regular basis, he would be represented.
Well, I want to ask now about the actual day that you took your husband, Mr. Reeves,
Yes.
to Garden View.
Yes.
And what you remember of the discussions that day.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll start, I think, with what time of day it was. Do you remember roughly
It was
what time?
after lunch.
And how did the visit go? What happened? Who did you meet?
Natalie and I had taken him in. We walked around with him. We showed him where things were. He seemed quite relaxed. He sat down, had something to eat. They had served him something to eat and a cup of tea. He said to my daughter Natalie at the time, "This is a lovely place, but I don't think I'm ready for here." So he knew that he wasn't quite ready to go into full-time. We said, no, it's just a little break for you. It's a holiday. It'll be fine, you know. And he was quite happy.
I'll ask the operator to bring up tabs 11 and 12, please. Start with maybe 11 on the left side, 12 on the right side. And are these photos that are both taken on the 1st of May?
Yes, I think they are. I think that's the day we took him in, and I unpacked all his clothes and put them in there. And you can see he's actually making eye contact with the camera.
Yes.
And he seems very alert in the face.
Yes, and it's the case, is it, that the photo on the left is a photo taken by Garden View for its admission purposes?
Yes.
And the photo on the right was taken by yourselves?
Yes.
Family photo?
Family, yes.
And about how long did you stay at Garden View on the 1st of May?
We were there for quite a few hours to settle him so that he wouldn't feel that we had just dropped him off and walked away quickly. So we were there for at least 3 or 4 hours.
And did you have discussions with staff members of Garden View?
No, not really. I think we had some discussion with the lunch lady, or, you know, she had a bit of a joke with him. He had a bit of a joke back with her, so...
Was there an assessment process, an assessment of his needs? Did you participate in anything like that?
Not on that particular day. I had, when I first approached Garden View, I had just discussed a few things of how he would like his cups of tea or his coffee, or just certain things like that, and what he liked and what he didn't like.
Was that in mid-March?
Yes, it was.
I'll ask the operator to bring up tab 9, please. Now, I don't know whether you would have been able to see anything being written, but this is a document which seems to be dated 15 March 2018, and I'm getting that from the line date data collected. Have you seen this document before?
I think so. I think that's the one that was that I actually saw on that when I had first approached Garden View.
And if we just go to the next page, please, operator. If we just go back one page, please. We see in the middle of that page, or about a third of the way down that page under the heading Interim Nursing Care Plan, there's reference to needs reminding and behavioural problems, a little loss, needs supervision, help to initiate. Are you able to recall what was said in that regard in respect of needs reminding and needs supervision, help to initiate?
I think I said to them, because it's a new facility for him, he would have to be shown, or at least asked, on an hourly basis, does he require toileting? And if they could just show him where it was. Other than that, he would have gone himself, he would have even come out the door himself and then just wandered around. So I did stress that part of it to them, and I said that he would feel a little lost in the beginning, trying to get his bearings of where he was.
And can we go to the next page, please, operator? You see up the top something: sleep pattern early to bed has started wandering some nights. Up early 7 a.m, try to reduce daytime nap. Does that help jog any memories about anything said in those respects?
I think I would have told them things like that because I did try to reduce his naps at home. I found that if he napped too long, that he would be more disturbed through the night. So I tried to limit.
Yep.
He always had a nap, but I would try and limit it. So it is something I may have discussed with him. Yes.
You told them that? And
yes.
how, by the way, how did you do that? Did you keep him occupied with activities of some kind?
Yes. We would go out for a walk, or he would help me down in the kitchen, and I would give him some small something to do, and just certain things.
Yep. Now, in the middle of the page, it actually says continence and toileting, incontinent of urine, incontinent of faeces. But then it says occasional incontinence. Are you able to shed any light on?
I don't know that. He didn't go in being incontinent of any incontinence. So that's something they've put down themselves.
You've made the point that he had to be reminded where the toilet was.
He would have to be shown at least.
Operator, is that the last page of that document? Now, thank you, operator. Now, what's this reference to on depressant medication? Is there any light you can shed on that matter?
No, I don't. He's never been on antidepressant.
Okay. And what about just skipping the next few lines about what he likes?
Well, yes.
It says when he asks for Lillian, that's yourself. Says that she's gone to the shop, back soon, don't worry.
Yeah.
Is that something that you suggested?
Yes. While he was at home, I did have a carer come in on a Friday that I was entitled to for a few hours, and they would say to him, she's just gone to the shop, she'll be back, and that would settle him. And then he may have, in 10, 15 minutes, he may have asked that same question again, but it would settle him to know that where I was and that I was coming back. So it would have been something I had told them.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, did you say in this assessment that he was on dementia medication?
Yes, that he was on galantamine, yes.
Now, thank you. Putting that process to one side, you don't have any, you weren't involved in another assessment of his care needs,
No.
is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay. So back to the 1st of May, operator, you can please put that document away. Back to the 1st of May and the afternoon of the 1st of May when you were at Garden Review for 3 or 4 hours, how did that finish up and about what time did you leave, do you think?
It would have been later in the afternoon as it was coming on dusk. And we got up to go and he got up to go and we sat him back down and said, no, you're going to stay for a little while, but we'll come and see you. And we gave him a newspaper and he started just flipping through that newspaper. And he was fine. He sat there and my daughter Natalie and I went.
And then you left, is that
Yes,
right?
we did.
And during that time you were there, did you go to a place called East Wing? Or
No.
Did you ever see East Wing?
I did later on.
Later on.
Yes.
And was that in some other part of the facility
It
which
was.
harder to get to?
Yes.
What was it, behind a keypad door or something?
Yes, it was.
Now, this is important. Can I just ask you to be very explicit? What happened after you left for the rest of the day? What happened? I'll just say that again. I'm sorry, that was garbled. On the 1st of May,
Yes.
after you left Garden View in the manner you've just described, what happened for the rest of the day?
I just went home and my daughter went home.
Did you have another communication of any kind with Garden View that
No,
day?
I did not.
Have you ever said to staff of Garden View that you sometimes gave your husband half a tablet of risperidone if he was very upset?
I didn't know.
Did you ever consent to Garden View giving your husband half a tablet of risperidone if needed, if he was very upset?
No, I did not.
Did you ever consent to Garden View giving your husband a full tablet of risperidone daily,
No.
on
Never.
a regular basis?
No.
I'll ask you to speculate. Now, that may be of limited probative value, Commissioners, but you're entitled to hear about some speculation on this point in my submission. What would have been your response if it had been proposed to you that your husband be given a full tablet of risperidone per day on a regular basis?
No, I wouldn't have allowed that because I had first-hand knowledge of what it would do to him and it was terrible. And it didn't really help him anyway.
And are you referring now to that one time when you gave him a full tablet?
Correct.
Now, I just want to skip forward 10 days to the 11th of May.
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with one of your daughters about a form that Garden View or a nurse at Garden View wished to have you sign?
Yes. My daughter Natalie rang me and said that she had received a form from Garden View and it was for restraints and that I would have to sign that.
Okay. Now, what time of day was that, do you recall?
It would have been in the evening.
And in what mode? Face-to-face?
No, it was over the phone on that particular day.
Right. Anything else of relevance about the form concerning authorisation of restraints on the 11th of May?
No. No, she just advised me of what she had,
Yep.
this form, and that I would have to sign it. And
Yeah.
and we just left it at that.
Right. Going now to the next day, the 12th of May, again with relevance to that topic,
Yes.
what happened on the 12th of May?
I actually saw Natalie on that day, and we had gone out with our grandchildren and her nieces and nephews, and we had talked about it in length, about them restraining Terry for short periods of time, and that it was for his safety. She said she had a form I'm unsure whether that, I didn't get that form, so I'm unsure what happened to it.
So she said she had a form which she'd obtained from Garden
From
View?
Garden View, yes.
Okay. But you had, quite a lengthy discussion, did you, on the 12th? Is that?
Yes, we went out for lunch and we talked about it over lunch.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief and recollection, what was the substance of what she said concerning what Garden View had said about this need for restraint and how long it would be and so forth?
Yeah, it would be very short periods of time. It was during their changeover shift and during meal times perhaps. I don't think there was any time specified, but it was for very short periods of time that we had discussed, Natalie and I. And we didn't think that it was for his safety. We didn't think that those short periods of time were going to hinder him too much. So we discussed that it would be for his safety, we would allow that.
I'm just going to stop there for a minute and go back in the chronology to the 1st of May, because there's a very important question I should have asked you. What was your husband's state of mobility on the 1st of May?
He was very good. He walked very well. He wasn't stooped, he didn't shuffle, he walked very well.
And how steady was he on his feet?
He was very steady.
Did you have any concerns that he was a risk of falling?
No, he had never fallen, and we lived in a 2-storey house. He managed those stairs without any help from me, and I was quite comfortable with him going up and down those stairs even when I wasn't in the room or in the hallway where he would be using those stairs.
Coming now back to the 12th of May and your discussions with Natalie, was there anything said by Natalie around the topic of what Garden View had said about the particular risk that Mr. Reeves needed to be protected from in the form of restraint?
No, they just felt that during changeover shift there wasn't a lot of people that would be watching him and that it would be for his own safety.
Was there anything else that happened on the 12th of relevance to this topic of Garden View seeking your consent to restraint on Mr. Reeves? No. Okay, we'll now go to the next day, the 13th of May. Again, with relevance to this topic of Garden View seeking your consent to restrain Mr. Reeves, what happened on that day? If we can take it in order. What did you go to Garden View?
I did. I went in the afternoon. I saw him in the dining room, so I went and sat with him. An RN did approach me. She had a clipboard with the form in the clipboard, and she discussed that this was a restraint form and that I would have to sign it. And she was very clear that it was during meal times and during changeover shift. And she was very specific in saying that changeover shift took 30 minutes and that's what he would be restrained for, would be that short 30-minute period and maybe during the evening meal time. But that was all that she discussed in time-wise.
Was there anything that she said about the nature of risk that might justify restraint?
No, she just said it was for his safety, that it was best that he would be restrained. So he wasn't walking around during their change of shifts.
Was there anything that she said about the particular kind of restraint?
She said it would have been a lap sash of some sort that would tie him to a chair.
Operator, please bring up tab 21. Have you seen this document before,
Yes,
Mrs. Reeves?
I have.
Now, there are quite a few signatures on this document. Can we just start with a signature in the middle of the page that's been crossed out?
Yes.
On the dotted line adjacent to the words LMO signature. Is that your signature?
It is.
Yep. And does your signature also appear further towards the bottom, second last line, adjacent to the word signature and followed by the words relationship to resident?
Yes.
Yes. So they're your signatures?
Yes. Yes.
Now, doing the best you can to be as precise as you can about the sequence of when markings were made on this document to the best of your knowledge and recollection.
Yes.
Can you take the Commissioners through what happened with this
Yes.
document?
Well, she had discussed the 30-minute...
She?
The RN on duty. I really don't remember her name, but she was the RN. We then looked at the form. She did the ticks. I signed, and then she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong line," so we crossed that out, and she said, "You'll have to sign here." So I did sign, and she witnessed it.
Now, when you say she witnessed it, I'll ask you to be as precise as you can about the exact sequence in which things were said and done.
Mm-hmm.
You've mentioned you signed. Did you also date?
I did.
And then you crossed out the signature?
I did. I had done it on the incorrect line, so I crossed out my signature and I went to the correct line and I signed.
Okay, just hold on a minute.
Mm-hmm.
When you say the correct line, do you mean the second last line
yes.
near the foot of the document?
Correct.
Is that the next thing you did? Was anything else said?
No, she just said, "Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong line. This is where you have to sign." I did cross that out. I did sign.
Yep.
But I didn't date it, and I didn't write in relationship. I just signed it and wrote my name.
Okay, so after you signed it and you wrote your name above
Yes. I
that
printed
signature line where it says print name of person responsible?
Correct.
That's your writing?
That is my writing.
Okay, you did that. Then what happened? Was something said or done?
I signed it, I did that, and she signed it and dated it, and she said to me, "I'll just fill in this relationship." She said, we'll put in wife. And I said, fine.
Okay. And then what happened to the form, to the best of your knowledge?
She took it then.
You saw her just take it away?
Yes, she had a clipboard. She took that. And then I resumed just sitting there with Terry.
Operator, please bring up document WIT stop 1039 stop 0001 stop 0001. This is a statement of Jayanti Kannan. Thank you, operator, for interpreting my incorrect code number. Now, do you see there, Mrs. Reeves, in this Royal Commission, a statement of Jayanti Kannan dated 26 April 2019?
Yes.
And operator, please go to page 0003. Please pull out paragraph 10. You see there, Ms. Kannan is saying in her statement that she made a progress note on 13 May 2018 which said resident was restless and wandering earlier shift, urinated inside room 27. Staff assisted to change his clothes and mop the floor. Resident was VV, visited by wife before dinner. Wife assisted him with toileting. Noted sitting with wife quietly in central dining. Wife wanted to see resident current med chart and shown as per request. I'll just stop there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Did you ask to see your husband's medical chart?
As far as I can recollect, it would have been something I would have done, but it's not prominent in my mind at the moment, I'm sorry.
Assuming that could be a reference to medication
Yes.
chart, if you had noticed in amongst the medication, the pages of the medication charts, references to Risperdal, would you remember that?
Yes, I would have.
And do you have any such memory?
No, I don't.
just reading on, the statement continues in its recitation of the progress note, also signed the restraint form and written in LMO's book to authorise it. Commissioners, can I just interpolate that LMO we understand to be local medical officer or something of that kind, licensed medical officer? Or it could be locum, but in any event it's a reference to a primary health practitioner. Wife stayed until dinner and assisted him to rest in bed, but resident got out of bed within a few minutes and started wandering. Staff took him to East Wing. Resident enjoyed his supper with tea and biscuits. Remains wandering at time, ATOR at time of report. Now, do you have any other comments to make about the references to you in that paragraph, apart from what you've said concerning the med chart? It is consistent insofar as it goes with your account about signing the restraint form, but you've added a whole lot of context to that there.
Yes, correct.
Are there any other comments you have about the entry?
No. No.
If we go to paragraph 12 of Ms Canan's statement, perhaps operator, if you could bring that out of the document. Perhaps just expand paragraph 12 a little more. I was rostered on from 2:30 p.m. on 13 May 2018. I do not remember seeing Mrs Reeves or speaking to her on that day. I do not think I gave her the form. The progress notes record that one of Mrs Reeves' daughters was given a form 2 days earlier on 11 May 2018 by registered nurse Lorraine Winty. Registered nurse Winty's notes on that day record resident VV visited by daughter, given restraint form consent. She said she'll take it home and get her mum to read, sign and bring it when she'll visit the facility. Family awares of the resident restlessness and wandering. And then, operator, if we could bring out the next paragraph. Ms Canan goes on to say, I do not remember having any conversation with Mrs Reeves about the content of the form when she gave it to me. So she's implying that you had the form and gave it to her. I do not remember having any conversation with Mrs Reeves about the content of the form when she gave it to me, and I do not believe I did, as my progress notes do not record a conversation. I do not believe I provided any information to Mrs Reeves about the circumstances in which restraints would be used or the period of time for which restraints would be used. We carry on over the page, please, operator. If I had spoken to Mrs Reeves about restraints, I would have just talked about Garden View's policy, and I would have made a note about that conversation in the progress notes in accordance with my practice, like I did when I noted Mrs Reeves' request to see the medication chart. Does any of that alter any of the evidence you've given to the commissioners about your account of what happened on the 13th of May at Garden View?
No, I signed that in front of her because I knew it had to be witnessed, and I signed it in front of her, the RN on duty, and she signed as well to witness my signature.
Thank you. We can put that document away, please, operator. I want to now skip all the way forward to your return from overseas.
Yes.
And shortly after you returned from overseas, is it the case that you went to Garden View and took your husband, Terence Reeves, out of Garden View?
I did. I came home. My daughters had discussed that, there was, the level of care was not there and that we had to get him out. So I had a few days to unpack and get myself back into it. We went and got him on the 7th of May.
7th of July?
Oh, sorry, 7th of July, yes. And we took him out. We took him out earlier than he was supposed to come out. He was supposed to stay at least another week after that, but we took him out early.
Now, I understand the family had some concerns about a bill from the pharmacist concerning 3 boxes of risperidone.
Correct.
So we've got information from the pharmacist that 3 boxes weren't dispensed to the facility.
Okay.
So I won't ask you about those matters any further.
Okay.
But can I just ask you about Mr. Reeves' progress in recovering? As I understand it, there was some recovery. In your statement, you referred to a degree of recovery. Can you elaborate on that for the commissioners and in roughly what time frame that occurred?
Yes, we took him out and we almost had to physically help him out to the car. He was very unwell. I brought him home and it took at least 5 days for him to become not quite normal, but to get that droopy head and the dribbling and the shuffling of his feet. It took almost 5 days before he became a little more upright. His head no longer drooped. The dribble had stopped. And it was because he was coming off the medications. There was one day that he just laid on the floor and we think it was withdrawals.
Now, what's Mr. Reeves' current, or I should ask you, were you able to continue to care for Mr. Reeves at home, or did a diagnosis of your own intervene?
Yes, I was diagnosed with multimyeloma, which is a blood cancer. Ended up in hospital. They took him as well. And then I could no longer care for him. So he's gone into permanent care.
And I won't ask the name of the facility, but what have you got to say about the facility?
The facility is wonderful. They don't restrain, they don't medicate. He is free to walk around the halls. He walks a lot. He's allowed to walk out in the gardens. They supervise. He's had no falls. He walks very well. But he never came back 100% after being at Garden View. Never came back.
In what ways?
His speech, he was totally incontinent when he came home. That never got any better. And he's still totally incontinent.
No further questions, Commissioners.
Yes. Thank you for your evidence, Ms. Reeves. The evidence you've given must have been very difficult for you, and we're conscious of that. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you.
The Commission will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 7th of May 2019.